the late Tom Boyer, when he was giving speeches and lectures, especially talking to the donors, he used to say, we want aid with trade. It was a slogan which caught fire around and was hailed as a very important idea to use as a vehicle for development. But today, I think this idea has been enlarged and developed. We believe that it is the private sector which should become the vehicle of development. And that's why this foundation is there. We registered it in 2018. And Emmanuel was helped by me and several other people who had the same or shared the same vision. And I'm glad to say the foundation has been established, and we are now looking forward to continuing the process of its development. We will be looking to resources, both nationally and internationally. I'm happy to say that the Bank of Uganda, which Emmanuel Mutebile led for many, many years, a partner from the beginning or the inception of this foundation. And I want to extend my gratitude to the acting governor of the Bank of Uganda. However, we will need enormous resources. That is why, I'm sorry, Donald, keep coming back to you. Donald, Dr. Donald Kabiro, keep coming back to him. I first ran into Dr. Donald Kabiro when he was still Minister of Finance of the Rwanda government. And I was also a minister in the Ministry of Finance here in Uganda. And some of us have tracked down your development and contributions, particularly as the president of the African Development Bank. And if I say that in this exercise of the foundation to honor and promote the legacy of Emmanuel Mutebile, if we say that we are looking forward to you playing a fundamental role to guide the foundation towards its ideals and dreams, I mean what I'm saying. I did not recognize that the Right Honorable former Prime Minister was sitting there. I forgot to introduce you as a member of the board. Can you stand up for recognition? Yes, Amma Mambabazi is a member of our board. And he has responsibilities now which go across the continent of Africa and in fact across total global. I think when you have a chance or you are invited, you should come and tell them what you do. As I pointed out the other day when we were at church service, remembering Emmanuel, the Right Honorable former Prime Minister, Emmanuel Mbabazi, was able to say some of the things he's doing. To us in the foundation, we think these things are extremely relevant to the performance and growth of the foundation. So we are looking forward really, and we are privileged to have both these gentlemen, Donald and Amma Mbabazi, being part and parcel of our policy making body of the foundation, which is now fully operational. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, and as the Master of Ceremony pointed out, I was not the speaker on this day, and I was called upon to fill in the gap or the vacuum. I think I have done extremely well. And therefore, I want to hand the volume Muzindaro back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matthew, for a really wonderful outline. As he spoke, I realized it would be valuable to all of us if we got to know who Emmanuel was. We have our own ideas who he might have been or who he was, but I thought I would read to you a profile of our fallen friend. As we all know, he was the governor of the Bank of Uganda from 2001 to January 2022. A seasoned professional economist and reformer, he spearheaded Thank you. He spearheaded the design and implementation of the economic reform program that restored Uganda from the economic crisis of 1970s and the 1980s to sound economic performance during his service as permanent secretary and secretary to the Treasury in the ministry responsible for finance, planning, and economic development. He also worked as a consultant for multilateral and regional organizations, including the World Bank, the IMF, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Macroeconomic and Financial Management Institute of East and Central Africa, UK Department for International Development, the North-South Institute in Canada, and for the governments of Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, Eritrea, and Nepal. He was a member of the high-level panel of the UNDP for the production of Human Development Report, of the UNDP. He was a member of the management group for overseeing the evaluation of the implementation of the Comprehensive Development Framework of the World Bank in 2001. And he was a member of the high-level panel of eminent persons to advise the President of the African Development Bank on the strategic future of the African Development Bank in 2006. He held fellowships of the World Bank Institute and the Rotary Foundation, Rotary International. And if I could just take my moment of glory, I served as president of his Rotary Club, the Rotary Club of Kampala. Also here with me from our club, Ambassador Dr. Aziz, the High Commissioner of Tanzania, is a member of our club. I've seen Lydia Sigwire is here. I saw Peli earlier. So we had the incredible privilege of having lunch every Thursday whenever Professor Emmanuel was in town. He was educated at Makerere University, Durham University, and Oxford University. He was an honorary professor of Makerere University and an honorary doctor of philosophy of Nkumba University. Makerere honored him with the establishment of the Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile Chair of Monetary Policy, Banking, and Finance, and the Tumusiime Mutebile Center of Excellence for Private Sector Development in October 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the person we are remembering and honoring. Thank you very much.
Let me welcome Harvard.
Omukono gwano gunkubanga mwenge okutula n'ennyingo okutomeza n'ebisenge. I'm too addicted to hauling a sente. Taliko on expiry date. Buli kaseera njagala mbewendi. Jangu, come a little bit closer, baby.
So you had to struggle to get the dollars from the foreign exchange department in the central bank to go and import goods and services. But it was more profitable after that to go downtown and sell them, which of course amplified the shortage of goods and services, because the dollars were no longer bringing in goods and services, but being transacted for other purposes. That is where he found us, and want to really recognize and credit the central bank for bringing us together to have this remembrance of a person who built his experience and impact from the Ministry of Finance and then moved on to the central bank to consolidate and make sure everything continues as would be. I'm here to start the conversation. It's very much down in the program as a Q&A, and it will eventually come. But at this point, we can start off some conversation on some of the questions or some of the experiences each one of us remembers about Professor Mutebile. We all know how he merged or was behind the merger of the Ministry of Planning and the Ministry of Finance, because it had become a problem to see the plans not being financed. Now, some of those may have come back, and you may want to give us a hint or a clue on what your experience is. We saw quite a number of things that happened, battling in the balance of between the dollar, where should the foreign exchange rate be? If too many dollars are in the market, the shilling became too strong and we lost out on the exports. And this was the time we were promoting non-traditional export crops, plus reviving the traditional export crops like coffee and cotton and tea. And one of the things I remember very clear as a student of economics at the time, learning my economics at his feet, was the word additionality. He earned himself a few enemies, because while we had put in all the framework of how many dollars should be in the economy, the Minister of Health came and they had funded extra dollars which were granted to support the ailing Ministry of Health sector. And the governor said, I am not receiving them because the shilling would be too strong and I would kill my export market. Somebody from the Ministry of Health called me and said, you macroeconomists, how can you be this bad? People are dying, we have found dollars, you don't want the dollars. But that was the principled, seasoned reformer that we are remembering here. Now, if you have one or two things to say about him, this is the opportunity to raise a hand and do the curtain raising, they will call it. But actually, it is giving us the opportunity to learn even before the principal comes in. Because I do believe there is a lot to learn from all corners of this tent and out there. And I want to believe the social media is active, because we also want to pick conversations from there about the Professor Mutebile, who never used to take assumptions much as economists have assumptions. You do not want to say, I've funded the agricultural sector so the dollars from coffee, beans, and fish will come in. When that was not clear, Professor Mutebile and the team engineered an agricultural policy secretariat inside the Bank of Uganda. No assumptions. Because that's why the dollars were needed. Professor Suruma, will recognize you, was handling the research department, and he will tell us the story of how many dollars were in the house. They could hardly last the country a week. So you could not take an assumption that by funding agriculture, the dollars will come in. He said, I want to be proactively involved in the generation of those dollars. This is the person we do remember. And when he wanted science to inform policy, him and his team went ahead and set up a Uganda National Council of Science and Technology inside the Ministry of Planning and Finance. That is the only place where science can inform the planning. The scientists took it away. I'm still following up to see whether we can bring it back, because we are not having adequate science in the plans. I hear people saying we must irrigate. I hear mini irrigation. My question was, how many is many? Where I come from in the western area, Bunyoro to be precise, we say there is nothing like a small snake. Every snake is as lethal as it can ever get. So what does mini irrigation mean? Where is the science? That was Mutebile making sure the scientific information is informing the planning. Victor, is there a hand you have seen of somebody who wants to make an intervention? I see one hand there. We are trying to preempt a conversation. Please, the appointing authority is coming, but there is no room for CVs today. You know what I'm talking about, eh?
My name is Chimondi Ernest Lejime, Director and Editor-in-Chief, HICI News Agency, and Head of Publicity and Communications at the Youth Coalition for Sustainable Development Goals. I just wanted to raise this one issue that I learned from the church on Monday during the Mass. The late governor was and is believed to be one of the greatest economists the world has ever had. And also want to use this opportunity to commend the former Right Honorable Prime Minister Amababas for the profound speech he made on Monday. Thank you so much.
Nothing to add to that. One thing I remember about Professor Mutebile, would be in meetings and he would want to speak last, because he knew the moment he gives his opinion, everybody else would fear to add. So we would go around and make our views known and then say, Governor, we have all said our things. What is it that you want to say? He had a standard response, nothing useful to add. But I'm sure you still have some useful things to add. We shall make that at the end of the meeting, because all the useful things are going to be said in this meeting. We have a distinguished panel. We have a distinguished speaker. Abebe, it's good to see you again. We were in the trenches when he was the resident rep here, senior for the IMF. Thank you very much for coming back. This is home always. The street you used to live on still exists. I'm not sure whether the house is vacant, but that we can negotiate. But one of the things the two helped us on was to graduate as a country from borrowing from the IMF. In 2001, I think around there, Uganda had conversations with IMF which we called policy support instrument. Really would only go to IMF to discuss policy matters. COVID has sent us back, and how are we going now to carry on the legacy of Mutebile to make sure we get back to that level? I'm looking at Victor. I'm looking at the sun and the stars. You may not see the stars, but they are there to catch what should be happening. I'm not here to mention, yes, please. I was also going to go to Donald, but that is after the conversation that is coming in.
From the university. I'd like to ask the foundation, how best can the Mutebile Foundation work with universities to create many more Mutebiles from the youth through our different colleges and schools and faculties? As a university, we will be ready to work with them. So maybe from the foundation, we can hear strategy. Thank you so much.
Question noted. There's one thing I've already benefited from. The foundation has made available the library of Professor Mutebile. You need to go there and see what books are there that he was reading. I've sampled two without replacement, but I was reminded yesterday that I need to replace them. So I'm going to take them back, but not before I make myself copies. They are just the right books for a university student to read. So that is one way. I saw a hand over there, Victor. In my career, one of my most complex assignments at the Ministry of Finance, I was advisor to the minister, was when we went to the Africa Development Bank to borrow a loan for the road from Kabale to Kisoro. And our engineers have told us we'll need $48 million. When we issued the bids, the lowest bid was $72 million. We have to go back to Donald Kaberuka and say, what do we do? The engineers got it wrong. Well, the road is done. I have to cut the long story short. Next, sir.
A very good afternoon. Thank you for celebrating the life of an economic giant and a global citizen, Professor Emmanuel. My encounter with a former professor was actually when I wanted to bring a bank here called Medibank. As a young wise man, I wanted to also have a bank established here. And it was offering some great deal to Bank of Uganda. But it included a sovereign guarantee. Professor told me that is not possible, we must use the government. So that business will not be closed. And we agreed, disagreed, and it was a good encounter. However, we kept engaging silently, but mainly on the Monday lunch, was in World Fellowship that I used to find the work. However, the Mutebile Foundation, I wanted to know what exact aspect are they going to be addressing, because we can't be scattered. For example, advancing sustainable development goals, there are 17 of them under the National SDG Secretariat headed by Dr. who is here, Albert Bishop. But if we are to work on, let's say, food security, the foundation must find a niche as a humanitarian organization. What niche are they going to be addressing? There are so many foundations. What particular aspect are they prioritizing? Firstly, so that you can work together. Thank you. I remain short.
Thank you very much. Those questions are being noted, and the strategies being developed will be out shortly, and certainly that's going to become the next conversation. We have a hand at the back.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is I am a journalist for business television. Well, I happen to be a student for the PSST, Mr. Ramadan, and I happen to be your journalist that is always knocking at the door. I do not have a handout here, but at least I'll cite it of head. Mr. Ramadan will be in one of the lectures told us that after the make of the Bush war here, they committed some strategic mistakes, and at one point, the man that is yet to come asked in one of the meetings that, what is the problem to the Ugandan economy? Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile then was in the Ministry of Finance, stood up to say, you are the problem. Telling the man that it was that you are the problem came with things such as listening and accepting to fix the economy that was staying in shambles. I want to know, before we leave this place, what is the problem to the Ugandan economy, and are there some viable solutions as we discuss? Many thanks.
I will add to your question, because when you say who, you seem to be saying it's a person. What is the problem? That should also be part B of that question, just in case the problem is not a person. Mr. Ramadan Gobi, you're welcome. You hear your students, you really incited them, and they haven't forgotten you. That's the contribution you make as you go up. You leave enough ground at the bottom. These questions are going to go through, and I think you've seen the topic of the day. We might leave here with part, if not that answer. What or who is the problem?
Hello. Very good afternoon to you all. Allow me to ride on the earlier protocol because I can't name each and everyone, but ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. The Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile, whom we are remembering today, was not only an economist, he was a man of all seasons. This is a gentleman, apart from being very professional, he was a very social person. He loved to joke, and he had many jokes. If you can can assure you you've seen all the hymns in a hymn book from cover to cover, for those of you who knew him. I met Professor Mutebile for the first time when I was, as a state attorney, I didn't see him for very long, but when I went to the EPRC, Economic Policy Research Center, that's when I got close to him. He was the chairman. And he was always brief and to the point. He didn't want to waste time. And trust me, we gave him a board file full of documents. He would read each and everything cover to cover. So even if you had something like 24 agenda items, trust me, within an hour we go. You would ask, have you read, gentlemen? So they all knew yes, they had to read. So they would read up. I didn't think this was worth it. They would drop it. It got to a point, probably because he was a Mchiga, he was very frank. There was someone who was being assessed for a certain position. All he said was, that man is a thief. Everybody just kept quiet. And true to his word, this gentleman got a job elsewhere. Within 6 months, he had actually stolen money. I think that's the gentleman we are remembering today. The people who are here today, I think, do not actually represent Emmanuel 100%. This is the top. But he had friends right up to the very bottom. He was a man of all seasons. Thank you.
Thank you, and we made provision. Thank you for that recognition. That's not just us who knew him to different levels, but even the people at the bottom, and we have made provision, thank you, Central Bank, to make sure that they all get to see. So we are live on UBC. Hope the link is active. We're also live on social media. This event is being watched across the globe. But I think one characteristic coming through is a person who would speak his mind and tell the truth and didn't matter who you are. If he doesn't like your idea of the bank, he'll tell you this one, no. And it's a matter of principle. You're not going to debate it at personal level. He was a principled man. He followed the principles. You only want to ask him about that underlying thinking and principle that he is following. You've talked about the Economic Policy Research Center. Some of us in our careers, we went through that institution, which he single-handedly started because he told us while we were there as staff, I take decisions as PS anytime. Some I can wait for your information, some I can't wait because I have to take a decision. But please continue researching. Should you get an alternative piece of information to change my decision, bring it over. I will always be reviewing my policies. So the Economic Policy Research Center, where he made sure the PSST is the chair, is really supposed to be an engine to generate that knowledge to inform decision-making in government that would even empower a person like him or anybody in that capacity to go and tell the president, I think you are the problem. And really sometimes their decision, only the president can take. And there was that privileged moment when the president was at the same time the Speaker of Parliament. The days of the National Resistance Council, many have forgotten or many didn't notice. So cabinet would sit in the morning and Parliament would sit in the afternoon and decisions would be taken. And that is why we are here. Otherwise, this economy was not going to move if certain tough decisions were not made. If you had to sell off and privatize, go and do it, don't debate it. These days, we sometimes debate on whether we should or should not. We've been on a rationalization of institutions debating whether we should or should not. I want to believe if this was the 80s or early 90s, we would now be saying, was it the right decision? But a decision would have been taken, and then you can review. A very candid person who would speak from the professional angle, and many people did not know. They thought these were IMF policies. Now I've told people, forget about the doctor who gives you the medicine. Discuss the medicine. So what do you think were IMF policies were based on sound, grounded, researched economic principles? Once Mutebile was convinced on the principles, it didn't matter who brought the idea. In fact, we ended up concluding that he was more IMF than IMF. because he was committed to some of these policies because he felt that was the right thing to do until an alternative idea comes out. Now, those are things we want to remember about him. And the question is about the legacy. How do we carry on the legacy? Part of the legacy was don't interfere with the markets. And we had that conversation last year why Uganda should not cap the price fuel. Said, let the market speak. If you don't like the language of the market, you can change the venue. Thank God we stood, and here we are. The markets have won, the markets are still speaking. They might change the tune. I don't want to preempt the keynote address, but Mutebile believed in markets. And if there is any failure, fix the markets. Don't replace the markets. You can work with the markets. You can walk along with the markets. But quite often the markets will give you that signal you don't want to miss out. That is the person we are remembering, the person and the policies. It's very hard to separate the two because the stamina and the value he had to defend the policies he stood for made him look, him and the policies were one and the same. Have we found some hands? I see a hand just over there. Please, this is your opportunity to say something, make a comment. We are taking note of the questions, those that are questions, and the comments where they are coming through as comments. Welcome, sir.
I'm here to give information about the late Professor Mutebile for the work he has done across Lake Bunyonyi. For those in tourism, you can understand. Lake Bunyonyi is now one of the tourism hubs that Professor Mutebile has been. But we have so many people who are coming now visiting Lake Bunyonyi because Professor left it and we need to see it moving because so many visitors are coming in to see it. That is one. Secondly, about the business of Namagongome, he has also done that work. Namagongome, those areas, he gave out 100 acres to the peasants. Namagongome, Gombe division, people are eating. You go, you give you the land, you cultivate the food, you sell without even being checked. That is something good. 200 acres. You come, they give you an acre, you dig, take the money, you go. Nothing checked. So people.
Not budgets, drive the economy. You have the right policy. Increase. How good are our policies? This is the conversation we'll be possibly deciphering from the keynote address that is coming from, as I said, one of our own. He began part of his career here as a senior resident representative of the International Monetary Fund. And what a pleasure it was to have an exchange of ideas on what were the things that Uganda needed to do at that point in time. We're all trying to recover from the COVID effects. COVID is still with us. Ebola just passed through. The horizon from forecasters of the rain is not very good. Rain may be average to below average. So the times are still turbulent, and you need to have a record of what would Professor Mutebile do amidst these circumstances. Good enough, we have people in our midst who worked with him closely, who would tell us what he would do. That will be a good beginning point for us to have that conversation and go ahead and find the right policies. Again, to thank the central bank that is actually central to the economy and not just central to the banks. Most people think the central bank is about the banks, but it's actually about the economy. And thank you for improving or upgrading or enhancing the mandate of the central bank beyond price stability to include aspects of socio-economic transformation. But for many people, these are still unclear. What is socio-economic transformation? How do you get it? And these were the issues Governor Mutebile would ask of us to go and clarify. The microphone is right behind you. Madam Host, owner of this place. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dorothy Kisaka, and I am the KCCA Executive Director. I am speaking on behalf of the millions of Ugandans who live in the city. We are quite excited by the move to the parish development model. And the promise, it is creating the excitement of accessing some capital. One of the challenges we have discovered in creating the governance structures, in creating the circles, identifying the enterprises, is that there is very low financial literacy within the community. And secondly, that within the city, people are expecting loads of money with no proper plan on how they are going to use it. Since we are talking about economic challenges, the city is an example or one of the communities where wealth is created, where wealth is the lure for people coming from urban areas. What I'm not really asking a question as such, but this poses real reflection for us. We have created, government has come up with a policy that has excited people. Are we able to feel the hunger this excitement has created? Do we have the literacy, the financial literacy, to sustain such a great policy that government has created? How are we going to go about it as city governors, as city administrators, when we talk to people who are longing for their desire to have wealth in their pockets, and yet the money that's coming out is quite little? I thank you.
Thank you very much, our host, the Executive Director, KCCA, and for making sure we have the city running. I have discovered through experience of the people I interact with, I'm privileged to be a teacher, so I have the opportunity to hide my own mistakes into the experiences I gather from research. So you won't know when I'm talking about myself or others. But issues of financial literacy, I found a lot of shortfalls among those who are literate. But quite often people think financial literacy should be for circles and the people down there at the bottom of the pyramid. It's actually significant even at the top. So I hear you. These are issues we must bring out, and the central bank has been championing financial deepening. As we deepen finances, we need to deepen the literacy. As we deepen access to finances, people need to be having that rigorous discipline. Money is fungible, can do many things. Money can make or break a person. So these are important observations from this meeting that need to be taken forward to see how do we ensure financial literacy across the board. But also you've used the word excitement. Yes, everybody needs to be excited, including those who don't believe in the PDM. You just get excited. You don't have to know how football is played to get excited a goal has gone in. Then you ask who has scored. You first get excited. Contributions to this meeting, we are picking views, we are picking histories, we are picking experiences. At this moment, as we embrace the legacy of Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile, the person, the seasoned economist, a reformer, but also a person who will tell you bluntly, it doesn't matter who you are. There is a common recording of when he told everybody, the markets must not bother about the rumbling in Parliament. He was speaking to the markets, not to Parliament. I cannot be removed. I am here. Now, that's what you want to find of a governor. Even when the storms are coming, the head of the household must tell everybody, you put on the water, there's going to be dinner. And you clearly know the cassava was taken out by the baboons. The money hasn't come in. But you can't be head of the household and you tell people, I'm not sure about dinner. Tell your wife to put on the water. Tell the children to go to the wall, come back and bathe. Dinner is going to be served at 8. Thereafter, you retreat to do what heads of households do. I don't want to say what men do. In research, we have found quite a number of heads of households are women and children. And these are the circumstances we are working with. Earlier on, we had a conversation on how to revise the economic indicators. When I look through the indicators for poverty, a grass-thatched house is a symbol of poverty. But I've gone around and found cottages are grass-thatched. And they fetch the biggest rent per night. Some of them $600 a night. That indicator, we are going to revisit it. There was also an indicator that 1 meal a day is a symbol of poverty. I have seen people who have 1 meal a day, and they are certainly not poor. Actually, because they are rich, they have 1 meal a day. That indicator, we are going to revisit it. So for us who grew up under the feet of Professor Mutebile, he taught us how to question everything that would come through, everything that everybody had believed, and that is how he was able to move this economy to where it is, the language of stabilization, then the language of growth. First of all, we needed to stabilize the economy. Interest rates were high, inflation was high. I know Ugandans have complained of inflation at 10%. This country has had 3-digit inflation. We have been there. Mutebile brought us down to 2 digits and down to single digit. With his team, I hope some of the team members are here and they will be recognized, or at least know that this was not just Professor Mutebile's thing. You were part of his team. There are people we interacted with at that point. The late Christopher Kasami, rest in peace. That was another team member who saw through these reforms. There were ladies in the Ministry of Finance, Mrs. Mudoli, and many other people. I don't want to get into those conversations. But as I've said, we are students of economics, and I've recognized my lecturer of economics 23 years ago. I'll mention that one later. I don't want to spoil the soup for her. Maybe she wants to be, not to be recognized, but she taught me economics 23 years ago, and I still carry that economics up to today. So as we mentioned, Professor Mutebile wanted evidence-based decision-making. And that's going to be one of the core of the foundation. For those in the universities, you are actually playing in the answer, as young people say these days. The linkage between the Mutebile Foundation and the universities is certainly going to be a very strong one. And we want to cherish that and to see how far that can go, because that is the only way we can maintain the legacy, not just in the books, but in the practice of where he would want policies to actually be. He owned the policies once the economics and the politics was clear. One of the things really we learned about him was how to blend technical decision-making with politics. Because decisions are made in a political space. Even when there is no politician, politics is there. Because people have interests, people have reservations, people have powers that are not equal, and that is the policy-making space. So he taught us how to go to the president and have a conversation. I don't want to call it an argument. The argument, we would have it before we go to the president. Once you go to the president, it's a conversation. And there we would win it or lose it, but quite often it was a win-win. Now I hear people talking about orders from above. Please, above listens. When you go with a good conversation, you can come up with a good conversation and result from above. Mutebile would never talk about such kinds of things because he knew above is where his services are needed, and that's where the decisions are made, and we always had to go there, and he would go there and represent a candid discussion informed by the realities. Now you need to find a person called Rugambwa to come and chase me from here, or if you don't, I will chase you to where I am. One of the two must happen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue with this conversation later on.
Thank you very much, Professor Fred Muhomuza, who's done a sterling job. Our guest of honor has arrived, ladies and gentlemen, so it's as soon as he's been received by the waiting line, I'll ask you to be upstanding to receive him here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall remain upstanding for the national anthem of Uganda and the anthem of the East African member states. kindly remain standing as I invite Nalukwago Mili Sigoma, Director Statistics, to lead us in a moment of prayer. Mili.
Father God, we praise you for this Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile Memorial Lecture and your purpose for it. We know that when we gather, you always have a divine agenda. We thank you, Lord, for our dear leaders here present. We thank you, Lord, for all dignitaries here present. We thank you, Lord, for every seat that has been filled here today, physically, and those participating online. For each mind and heart that feels the presence of this lecture, we thank you, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for the gift of our late Governor, Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile, for the time you gave him to us, his legacy of bold leadership, dedicated service, good governance, and staff welfare to us at the Bank of Uganda. We continue to pray for strength to his dear wife and family members. We thank you, Lord, for his legacy as a seasoned professional economist and patriot that steered macroeconomic transformation of our country, Uganda. Our prayer today, Lord, is for multiplicity of these great qualities in us, Lord, as we celebrate his legacy. May your will be done through this lecture. Take what we have prepared and multiply our efforts as only you can, Lord. Strengthen our confidence in who you have made us to be and let us emulate him. Steer our intentions today to align with your righteous will. Keep love at the forefront of our minds today and guiding light for all we set out to accomplish and celebrate. Bless this lecture, all those present, and ready us to make every moment count. In God's name we pray, amen.
Thank you very much. You may take your seats. On behalf of the Bank of Uganda, on behalf of Auntie Betty Mutebile and the Mutebile family, and on behalf of the Tumusiime Mutebile Foundation, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you, our President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to this memorial lecture. On behalf of everyone here present, Your Excellency, I also take the opportunity to congratulate yourself, the National Resistance Movement, the government, the UPDF and NRA, and the people of Uganda on the commemoration of the 37th liberation of our country. As you all know, we were promised a fundamental change, and we have got a fundamental change. Honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi, Mrs. Betty Mutebile and family, our distinguished keynote speaker from the IMF, Abe Selassie, most welcome, Dr. Donald Kaberuka, from Southbridge Group, you're most welcome, sir. And Dr. Patrick Njoroge, the Governor, the Central Bank of Kenya, you're most welcome. I want to recognize Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, the heads of diplomatic agencies, the board of Bank of Uganda, and the staff of the Bank of Uganda, led here by our Deputy Governor, members from the banking sector and the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we will be celebrating the legacy of Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. And I'd like to begin by inviting my co-MC to give a background bios of our keynote speaker and our discussant, Mr. Victor Walusimbi.
Thank you, Henry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is simple. It is to give you the profiles of our speakers, distinguished speakers, our guest speaker, and the discussants. And I will start with our guest speaker, Mr. Abebe Emro Selassie. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Abebe Emro Selassie is the director of the African Department at the International Monetary Fund, that's the IMF, and he has held this position since 2016. In that capacity, he oversees the IMF's operations and engagements in at least 45 countries across sub-Saharan Africa, and his other responsibilities include building strategic partnerships and dialogues with senior policymakers and institutions across sub-Saharan Africa. Before taking up his current position, Mr. Selassie had held several other senior positions at the IMF. He was the deputy director in the African Department. He was the mission chief for Portugal and South Africa. He was the division chief of the African Department's regional studies. And if many of you remember, he also was the IMF's senior resident representative for Uganda. Earlier, he led the fund's lending programs in Turkey, Thailand, Romania, and Estonia, and was also very deeply involved in policy, operational reviews, economic research, and many more. Before the IMF, Mr. Selassie worked for the Ethiopian government as a principal economist in the office of the president and also as an economist at the Economist Intelligence Unit in London, specializing in sovereign credit risk issues. So if you have anything to say about sovereign credit rating for anyone, he is the right man. Dr. Abebe, you're very welcome. Next is our discussant, Dr. Donald Kaberuka. Dr. Kaberuka is currently the board chair of the Global Fund, as well as the African Union High Representative for the Peace Fund. He also is the chairman and managing partner of Southbridge, and Southbridge is a Pan-African financial advisory and investment firm with offices in Abidjan, Kigali, Paris, and London. Previously, he served as the 7th president of the African Development Bank between 2005 and 2015, and there he was credited with the expansion of the AFDB's reach and impact. During his 2 terms as president of the AFDB, he led from the front on infrastructure expansion. He promoted private sector development and economic integration. And at that time, the AFDB played a major counter-cyclical role during the 2008 financial crisis to enable African countries in weathering that crisis. Prior to joining the AFDB, Dr. Kaberuka served as Rwanda's Minister for Finance and Economic Planning between 1997 and 2005. Dr. Kaberuka, once again, we are happy to have you. We have Dr. Patrick Njoroge, and Dr. Njoroge is the 9th governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. Many of you know it as the CBK. and has been in this office since June 2015. At the CBK, he has overseen a significant overhaul of the banking system in Kenya, including the launch of the first Kenya banking sector charter. What is this charter about? It's basically about ensuring that all institutions in the banking sector in Kenya entrench responsible and disciplined banking, taking cognizant and being responsive to the unique socio-economic needs of the people of Kenya. He has also been keen on facilitating the growth of the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, which has been the key engine of growth for the Kenyan economy. Dr. Njoroge, before joining the CBK, he also had a 20-year career at the IMF, so we have quite a bit of IMF here. And there, he was advisor to the IMF's Deputy Managing Director from December 2012. He served as the Deputy Division Chief at the IMF's Finance Department between 2006 and 2012, and he served in many other capacities between 1995 and 2005. Prior to that, he served as an economist at Kenya's Ministry of Finance. Dr. Njoroge, we're happy to see you. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, our own Dr. Michael Atingi Ego. Dr. Michael Atingi Ego was appointed Deputy Governor of the Central Bank in 2020, and before that, he was the Executive Director at MEFMI. MEFMI simply is the Macroeconomics and Financial Management Institute in Eastern and Southern Africa. Before MEFMI, he also took up an assignment at the IMF, and here he was instrumental in enhancing effectiveness of their capacity development, modernizing monetary policy frameworks in developing countries, improving economic statistics in several countries, and many others. Before the IMF, he served at the Bank of Uganda since 1984, rising all the way to the role of Executive Director Research. I want to point out, ladies and gentlemen, that last year in May, it's not even a year, Dr. Atingi Ego was awarded the Central Bank Governor of the Year for Africa in recognition for his efforts to tame inflation and maintain foreign exchange stability in Uganda. I am nearly sure that he is the only deputy governor to be awarded Central Bank Governor of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Michael Atingi Ego. That is simply my role. Over to you, Henry. Henry, please come and take this over.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and all our speakers coming forward. Thank you for indulging us in doing the protocols ahead of your speaking so that you don't forget anyone. You can just observe the protocols as we have given them this afternoon. It's now my pleasure to invite the Deputy Governor of Bank of Uganda to address us. Thank you, sir.
His Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Henry Musasizi, Minister of State General Duties in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Ministers, Right Honorable former Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi, Honorable Members of Parliament, Mr. Abebe Ambrose Salasi, Director of the African Department of the IMF, who is our guest speaker, Dr. Donald Kaberuka, the 7th President of the African Development Bank and Chair of the Global Fund, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, members of the Board of Directors, Bank of Uganda, Mrs. Betty Tumusiime Mutebile and the Mutebile family, members of the board of the Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile Foundation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It's my singular honor, pleasure, and privilege to welcome you to this lecture in remembrance of our dearly departed gallant governor, the late Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. I welcome you all to this celebration of a life well lived on behalf of the Bank of Uganda Board of Directors, management, and staff. We thank you all for honoring our invitation to this celebration of a fruitful legacy, this veneration of exceptional leadership, and this tribute to an exemplar of the African reality of the Ubuntu or Ubuntu. Sir Isaac Newton, an English mathematician and a physicist, wrote, I quote, "If I have seen a little further, is by standing on the shoulders of a giant," unquote. So, we have convened this memorial lecture to proclaim that we stand on the shoulders of the giant known as the late Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. Our governor was an intellectual giant, an economic policy giant, and a central banking giant. We stand on the shoulders of this gentle giant with a generous hand and a thundering voice that still echoes across the hills of Kigezi to the world. Our governor was a great listener whose silence was golden. He was a candid and a bold truth teller who spoke with a passion of his conviction, a strong leader who governed decisively. Rather than leaving us scared and disfigured, the wounds of his saddening loss are smoothly covered by a rich legacy with which we are resilient and thriving. He endowed us with the legacy of pedigree in courageous, pragmatic, and progressive policymaking that has enabled the Bank of Uganda to successfully navigate the shocks hitting the economy in a world of radical uncertainty. Heeding to the late governor's spirit of Ubuntu, the Bank of Uganda is now focused on the impact of its policies and operations on the people we serve, as stated in our updated mission statement, which reads, quote, "To promote price stability and a sound financial system in support of socio-economic transformation in Uganda," unquote. He was instrumental in designing and implementing the economic reform program for stabilizing, rehabilitating, and reforming the Ugandan economy from the 1990s forward. To date, Uganda's sound macroeconomic management and openness offer remarkable economic opportunities and attract foreign capital. The rich gifts of Professor Tumusiime Mutebile's legacy, including the artifacts related to his illustrious career, economic policy prowess, and scholarships, have been curated by Mrs. Betty Tumusiime Mutebile for sharing with the world through the Tumusiime Mutebile Foundation. Honorable Matthew Rukikairi leads the board of the Tumusiime Mutebile Foundation. The late governor meant the world to the Bank of Uganda, and we call upon all who cherish Professor Tumusiime Mutebile's contribution to the economic development of Uganda and Sub-Saharan Africa to join us by supporting, facilitating, and promoting the Tumusiime Mutebile Foundation. The African icon, Nelson Mandela, said, quote, "Men and women of rare qualities are few and hard to come by, and when they depart, the sense of this loss is made, the more profound and the more difficult to manage, unquote. Our governor was rich in rare gifts. Unfortunately for us, he is immortalized by a legacy that powers us forward. He lives in our hearts and our minds. Your Excellency, the late Professor Tumusiime Mutebile's legacy would not have been possible without your support and confidence in him. We thank you for believing in him and providing the most solid political backing for fiscal discipline and central bank independence. Your visionary support and promotion of sound financial and economic policies aligned with the best practices for a developing country inspire economic confidence. We thank you. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to host Mr. Abebe Selassie, the Director of the African Department, who will deliver the memorial lecture on the legacy of the late governor and its implication for the current economic challenges facing Uganda and Sub-Saharan Africa. As the senior resident representative in Uganda from 2006 to 2009 and director of the African Department at the IMF, Mr. Selassie worked closely with the late Professor Tumusiime Mutebile. We are also blessed that Dr. Donald Kaberuka, the 7th president of the African Development Bank and the chair of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, together with Dr. Patrick Njoroge, the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, will respond to this lecture, not least by leveraging their close personal and professional relationship with Professor Tumusiime Mutebile. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat of a memorial lecture in honor of a rare son of the Kigesi soil. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving Mr. Selassie, Dr. Kaberuka, and Dr. Njoroge a warm Ugandan welcome to this celebration of our late governor. Your Excellency, let me now at this juncture invite the Honorable Henry Musasizi, Minister of State, General Duties in the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development to address us and chair this session. I thank you all for listening to me, and God bless you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, honorable ministers who are here this afternoon, the Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, former Prime Minister of Uganda, Mr. Abebe Selassie, Director of the African Department of International Monetary Fund, and who is also our guest speaker, Dr. Donald Kaberuka, Chairman and Managing Partner of the South Bridge Group, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, the Governor, Central Bank of Kenya, our host, Mr. Mike Atingi Ego, Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, the board members at Bank of Uganda, Mrs. Betty Tumusiime Mutebile, and all the Mutebile family members who are here with us, the banking sector, members of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. We have gathered here today in memory of our dear colleague, friend, boss, and compatriot, Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. I would like to thank the Deputy Governor, Board, and staff of the Bank of Uganda for organizing this memorial lecture in recognition of the longest-serving governor of the Bank of Uganda, Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. Professor Tumusiime Mutebile, as has been said, laid a solid foundation for Bank of Uganda, and is only appropriate that we acknowledge and applaud his contribution to the bank and our country, Uganda, East Africa as a region, and Sub-Saharan Africa as a whole. Allow me also recognize Mrs. Betty Tumusiime Mutebile and thank her for choosing to join us as we commemorate the legacy of her spouse. I am honored to chair this Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile Memorial Lecture, at which the distinguished Mr. Abebe Serasi, who is a director at the African Department of the International Monetary Fund, has graciously agreed to deliver the keynote address on the legacy of Professor Tumusiime Mutebile and its implications for the current economic challenges facing Uganda and Sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Abebe, once again, you are most welcome. We are also indebted to Dr. Donald Kaberuka, Special Envoy of the African Union and President of the African and the erstwhile President of the African Development Bank, as well as Dr. Patrick Njoroge, Governor, Central Bank of Kenya, who have joined us to provide more insight into the legacy of Professor Tumusiime Mutebile in the form of discussion. Professor Emmanuel Mutebile served as the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in Uganda before he became Governor of the Bank of Uganda. During his tenure as Permanent Secretary, he played a key role in implementing economic policies and reforms aimed at stabilizing the economy and promoting economic growth. Some of his achievements in his role include the following. 1, supporting the implementation of the structural adjustment programs in the 1980s and 90s, which helped stabilize the economy and improve macroeconomic performance. 2, helping to establish a framework for managing government finances, including the implementation of the budgeting and accounting systems and the development of policies for managing public debt. 3, advising the government on economic policy and helping to negotiate loans and other financial assistance from international organizations such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. 4, helping in developing policies and programs to promote private sector development, including the liberalization of trade and investment policies and the creation of a legal and regulatory framework to support private sector growth. And number 5, supporting the implementation of policies aimed at reducing poverty and improving social services. It is important to remember that during his time as Permanent Secretary, Uganda was experiencing a very trying time marked by civil war and economic collapse. He played a significant role in stabilizing the economy and putting policies in place that helped to foster economic growth and development in Uganda during this time. At the time of his passing, Professor Tumusiime Mutebile had been reappointed by His Excellency the President as Governor of Bank of Uganda for another 5-year term. We must thank the President for this with a round of applause. It is not possible to exhaustively document Professor Tumusiime Mutebile's achievements in one lecture. The Tumusiime Mutebile Center of Excellence might need to consider an annual event to this effect. Nonetheless, the government of Uganda recognizes the role played by Professor Tumusiime Mutebile in several areas of socio-economic transformation in Uganda as the central bank governor. His legacy can therefore be seen in the relatively stable macroeconomic environment in Uganda during his tenure and his ability to jealously guard the independence of the bank. Furthermore, his focus on monetary and price stability, financial sector stability, and fostering an enabling environment for private sector-led growth helped Uganda resiliently weather several economic shocks, such as the global financial crisis of 2008, and more recently, the COVID-19 pandemic and the global food and fuel crisis, which affected many countries globally. He championed the drive to enhance financial inclusion, cognizant of the role in poverty and inequality reduction, and contribution to a country's economic growth while broadening the investment options. It is our hope that through financial inclusion, we can provide affordable financial services for the poor and the vulnerable groups. This, in turn, will unlock various financial opportunities to improve their well-being and close the economic and social gap. Financial inclusion will create a link between the previously excluded groups and the formal economy. Under the governorship of Professor Tumusiime Mutebile, Bank of Uganda, together with the government of Uganda, aimed to increase the banked population in Uganda through promotion of the following financial inclusion initiatives. 1, Small Business Recovery Fund. The Small Business Recovery Fund was established in 2021 to facilitate the provision of loans to small businesses that suffered financial distress from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic and have the potential for recovery once availed financial support. The Bank of Uganda manages the fund on behalf of the government of Uganda. Number 2, the Agricultural Credit Facility Fund. The Agricultural Credit Facility Fund was set up by the government of Uganda, represented by Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and it commenced operations in October 2009. The key aim of this facility is to provide medium and long-term financing for projects engaged in agriculture and agro-processing, focusing mainly on commercialization and value addition. The scheme is administered by Bank of Uganda. Number 3 is promotion of technology-driven financial services and innovation by financial technology companies, what we call fintechs, through mobile money and agency banking. Number 5, designing a regulatory framework for the Tier 4 institutions that includes the regulation of SACCOs. Number 5, development of an effective framework for financial literacy and financial consumer protection. And lastly, number 6, he developed proposals to amend the Financial Institutions Act of 2004 to provide for Islamic banking and finance. In all these efforts, Government of Uganda and Bank of Uganda are mindful of the need to coordinate efforts with partners in the East African community. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without preempting the guest speaker's presentation, I now take the pleasure to invite Mr. Abebe Serasi, Director of the African Department at the IMF, to deliver his much-awaited lecture. We are eager to listen to your experience, your expertise, having worked closely with Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. Mr. Serasi, the floor is now yours. I thank you.
Good afternoon. Mr. President, Mrs. Betty Mutebile, honorable ministers, governors, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, as I was taught to say here in Uganda. Thank you very much to Acting Governor Michael Atingiego and Honorable Musasizi for your generous introduction and indeed kind invitation to give this talk. I am very, very honored to be here amongst you all today. All the more so, given the occasion, a celebration of the late Governor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. I have to, though, also admit to being very intimidated. Many of you have known him for so much longer than I ever could have, and have worked much closer to him than I ever did. The only thing I can say in mitigation is that perhaps on occasions like this, the perspective of an outsider is no bad thing. Let me say a little bit about my association with the late Governor Mutebile. I first met him in 2006, as has been explained, when I moved to Kampala to work as resident representative for the IMF. But I knew of him quite a bit and his work well before I came here, including his personality. Mission teams that came to visit Uganda would always talk about how powerful a policymaker he was, his brilliant ideas. So I knew quite a bit about him. The 3 years I spent here, I got the opportunity to work very closely with him and learned a tremendous amount from him. Our acquaintance hence forged. I continued to benefit immensely from our engagements since then through many interactions from afar in Washington and on my very occasional visits here. Given the range of issues that the late governor has worked on during his distinguished career as a policymaker, when Deputy Governor Michael Atingiego asked me to give this lecture, I had to think quite a bit about what I could focus on. I settled on what issues Governor Mutebile would have focused on to help Uganda and indeed other African countries navigate through the current rather difficult global economic conjuncture and mounting geopolitical tensions. The rest of my intervention is accordingly structured as follows. I will start by setting out the global and regional context. I shall then highlight the evolution of key development indicators in Uganda, with a particular emphasis on how the country compares with its peers. And playing off this, I will highlight a few priority policy areas that would help reinvigorate Uganda's development progress. Something, of course, that the governor dedicated his whole life to. I will then finish with a few concluding thoughts. starting with the global and regional context. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, extensive fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, synchronized and marked tightening of global financial conditions, heightened macroeconomic imbalances are back with a vengeance as the first order economic priority facing many countries around the world, advanced countries, but also many African countries. The ways that these imbalances are presenting themselves and their context varies from country to country, but in the broadest of terms, imbalances have been typified by, first and foremost, surging inflation. In many of our countries here in Africa, this has mainly been on account of spillovers from international developments, reflecting the sharp increases in international food and fuel prices in particular, triggered mostly by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But also, with hindsight, what has proved to be rather aggressive counter-cyclical fiscal stimulus by many advanced countries, and of course, COVID-induced supply chain disruptions. Take Uganda. Inflation at the end of 2022 stood at 10.2%. This compares with about 3% at end 2021, and even lower at end 2019 on the eve of the COVID pandemic. So a significant jump in inflation. Second way in which macroeconomic imbalances are presenting themselves are acute debt pressures. The level of public indebtedness across the world has gone up, markedly so in recent years. This reflects a range of factors, including relatively easy financing conditions globally, which, at least for a while, facilitated higher safe debt levels. Second, the adverse balance sheet effects of major global shocks, notably the COVID pandemic, which particularly in Africa has had a marked impact on economic and developmental outcomes. And then the third factor behind acute debt pressures, of course, is the large development spending that has been undertaken by many of our countries. The third way in which macroeconomic imbalances are presenting themselves at the moment across the world is through constrained financing. A corollary to mounting debt pressures, and indeed a factor that has contributed to these pressures, is the marked increase in the cost of financing facing most developing countries in particular. This is a much overlooked point often. Take Uganda. Through 2005 or so, official development assistance, a non-trivial share of which was channeled through the budget, was in the range of 12 to 14% of GNI each year. This contrasts with just 6% of GNI between 2015 and 2019. The effect of this has been to raise the weighted average cost of financing facing most developing countries, as countries have not filled this gap via revenue mobilization as much as they have via expensive market financing, both domestically and externally. And at the current conjuncture, access to even such market financing, particularly from abroad, has of course become more tenuous. The fourth and last way in which macroeconomic imbalances are presenting themselves in our countries is, of course, the pressure on exchange rates. As major central banks have tightened monetary policy aggressively to contain inflation, it has pulled capital out of most developing countries. The result, not surprisingly, has been strong pressure on exchange rates and foreign exchange reserves as countries have tried to resist the pressure. I should also add here that it is not just economic headwinds that emerging and developing countries are facing, but also geopolitical tensions, which are beginning to hamper closer global integration. Specifically, geopolitical fragmentation, an ongoing phenomena amplified, though not generated by the war in Ukraine, has started to disrupt trade and investment flows, dislocating global value chains and raising production costs. Globalization over the last several decades has been a powerful phenomenon that has lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty and impacted our African people beneficially. If, as it's threatening to, globalization goes into reverse, it will compound our current economic difficulties. The last time we had a constellation of this kind of economic and geopolitical headwinds facing developing countries was probably the 1980s and early 1990s. When I recently mentioned this to a colleague, she mentioned that I was overlooking the global financial crisis of 2008-9. But I think the effects of that crisis were much more limited in most African countries because of the region's then limited integration into global markets. More important, countries' debt levels were manageable, so many countries were able to pursue supportive counter-cyclical policies to limit a sharp slowdown. Not so this time. There are many, many reasons why we all miss the late Governor Tumusiime Mutebile. One of them for me is because I would so much like to have heard his thoughts on how best to navigate the current rather difficult domestic and external economic landscape. One source of consolation for me, at least, is watching Governor Mutebile's much beloved Bank of Uganda sustain his legacy of responding adroitly to these emerging macroeconomic pressures, led by Deputy Governor Michael Atingiego and his staff. Thank you for sustaining his legacy. I think it's for this reason that the spike in inflation here, for example, has been limited to around 10%, roughly about the same as we saw in many advanced countries, much lower than what the levels of inflation we were observing in the vast majority of developing countries with flexible exchange rates. Let me now shift to the second substantive part of my presentation, which is to try and present some of the stylized facts of Uganda's development progress over the last 40 or so years. For this next bit of my intervention, I want to ask you to cast your mind back to 1990, right around the end of the Cold War, and about the time when conflict here in Uganda had attenuated markedly and the government was embarking on a new approach to economic policy formulation. To my mind, policymakers at that time, and indeed elsewhere in the region, to be frank, faced three major challenges. The first one was getting economic growth started. The second challenge was sustaining this growth for as long as possible. And then the third one was engendering structural transformation. How has Uganda fared on these three dimensions? Getting growth started was the first task and was achieved relatively quickly here in Uganda. Policymakers moved aggressively to limit macroeconomic imbalances. High inflation was recognized for the awful distortionary tax it is on the poor in particular. And an important contributor to a high inflation, had been excessive monetary financing. This was addressed by better aligning public spending with available financing, thus better limiting fiscal deficits. Consequently, inflation decelerated quite rapidly. Annual inflation, for example, in 1988-89 averaged 149% a year, but had been reduced to around 6% a decade later. As important as the initial step to contain macroeconomic imbalances, though, were the policy frameworks and institutions that the late governor was instrumental in helping put in place to ensure that imbalances remained contained on a sustained basis. These have been touched upon already. I will skip and highlight the few that I think were particularly important. I think perhaps the first of these was when he was still at Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. He helped introduce what was called the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework. This helped set out the envelope for spending in the current and forthcoming budgets and made transparent the trade-offs that were being made between spending categories, and helped set expectations for ministries in future budgets. A related and important initiative, I think, was contributing to the creation of the Uganda Revenue Authority, in which I understand he was instrumental. Second, once he moved to the Bank of Uganda, he was relentless in ensuring that the Bank of Uganda kept inflation in check. Initially, this was via more of a rules-based approach, setting annual targets for monetary growth. But as the link between monetary growth and inflation outcomes became tenuous as the economy evolved, he pushed for the adoption of an inflation targeting light approach. This new approach called for more room for discretion and use of interest rates to influence inflation and output. I have to tell you that there's been much discussed today about how the governor's views were aligned with the IMF on many occasions, but this was one occasion on which there was huge disagreement between IMF staff and the governor. We were skeptical about the feasibility of such an approach in a developing country, but he robustly pressed on for the policy shift and, of course, proved us all wrong. Forgive me if these innovations sound rather technical and boring, but I can assure you that they were the basis through which macroeconomic stability was assured, and it was on this foundation that growth was to be sustained for several decades here in Uganda. The second challenge that I mentioned earlier, that of sustaining sufficiently high growth, I think I've given the cat away by saying that this is a feat that Uganda has achieved rather well over the years. Between 1992 and 2001, Uganda's real GDP growth averaged around 7% per year. It was almost double the median sub-Saharan African or EAC average growth rate. Uganda's growth rates in those years was impressive, even compared with the Asian success stories of the likes of Vietnam and India. To be sure, growth has slowed a bit over the past decade, with Uganda falling behind its Asian peers in particular, but it still continued to outperform the median sub-Saharan African country. That said, high population growth over the same period has meant that the gains were less rapid in per capita terms, especially between 1992 and 2011, whereas per capita income increased threefold in Vietnam, it increased just twofold in Uganda. Still, I do not want to diminish Uganda's achievement. Such uninterrupted growth for a landlocked country with the security challenges and associated spillovers that have prevailed in the region is a truly commendable feat. Of course, macroeconomic stability and economic expansion in and of themselves are not what reforms were all about. These things matter because of the contribution they make to improving living standards. And in this regard, particularly through 2015 or so, Uganda has made commendable progress in reducing poverty and improving fundamental development indicators such as increased life expectancy, reduced infant mortality, and many, many other indicators. Moving on to the third dimension, or third challenge that the late governor and his colleagues faced in the early 90s. This is, of course, is how well Uganda has fared in engendering structural transformation. Structural transformation is the process whereby an economy transforms from being largely a primary commodity-based economy to one where industry and services dominate economic activity. But not just that, it's about overall increase in productivity in the economy from the agriculture to all other economic sectors. Such economic transformation is the kernel of economic development and poverty reduction. The picture on this front in Uganda is, however, very mixed. Through around 2011, there was significant progress in this dimension, but this has lost steam and even reversed in some cases since then. Let me cite a few numbers, if I may. The share of industrial activity increased from 10% in 1990 to 27% in 2021 in Uganda. But most of this increase took place in the first two decades of this period. While the pace of transformation has been much higher than in the median sub-Saharan Africa country or even in the EAC region, the current level of industrialization is not much different from regional peers because Uganda started from a lower base. Similarly, the share of services has increased from around 30% of GDP to around 42% between 1990 and 2021. In the past decade, however, there has even been a bit of a reversal in this share. Currently, the share of services is lower than the median country in sub-Saharan Africa. The transformation of the economy has also been reflected in greater integration of the Ugandan economy with the rest of the world. Export volumes have grown fourfold between 2000 and 2020. At the same time, again, a large compositional shift in export baskets towards manufacturing occurred earlier in this period rather than in the latter part of this period. So what accounts for this initial rapid progress and subsequent stalling of economic transformation in Uganda? To my mind, there are three factors at work. For one, some of it no doubt has to do with the generally observed phenomena in the process of long-run development across countries, whereby growth and transformation tend to be faster in the initial stages of development and mature to a more moderate pace as per capita income increases. Second, I would venture, though, to add that there are other contributing elements, notably from the external front. The global environment was generally more supportive for frontier market countries like Uganda in the 1990s and 2000s, as China's rapid growth and integration into the international economy generated favorable spillovers. Not so in the last 5-6 years. Finally, my strong sense is also that the overarching approach to policymaking here in Uganda, very much characterized, as Adam Smith put it, by peace, easy taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice, has proved to not be sufficient for engendering structural transformation, at least not rapidly so. Instead, a much more deliberate, sustained, and focused approach is needed, and that has not been much evident of late. Against this backdrop, what policy priorities might the late Governor Tumusiime Mutebile have settled on to reinvigorate structural transformation? Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I think he would have called for much more aggressive domestic revenue mobilization. Let me make the case for this as I think he would have very directly. For one, the government has much spending and investment that it needs to undertake, and alternative financing sources to revenue mobilization are scant. Second, Uganda is doing rather poorly in terms of revenue collections relative to its peers and the amount of debt that needs to be serviced. As a share of GDP, tax revenue collections remains below 15%, much lower than the EAC average, much less what is observed in many other developing countries. And this shortcoming becomes even more obvious when we compare the ratio of interest payments to tax revenues. In Uganda, it currently stands at 20%, compared to 11% on average in the EAC and 9% on average in the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. When you compare the level of debt in Uganda with other countries, it does not stand out because public debt as a ratio to GDP stands at around 50%, well below the 64% SSA average. But in terms of debt servicing capacity, Uganda is clearly not doing so well. It is for this reason that I strongly believe that the late governor would have focused on revenue mobilization like a laser beam as a priority challenge. This is not something that requires just technical solutions like improving tax administration, narrowing tax exemptions, expanding the tax base, but also quite a lot of political will. One of the most impressive things about being an occasional traveler here to Kampala is just how much the skyline, infrastructure, and the nature of business activities continue to transform remarkably between visits. It is very, very clear that facilitated by the strong investment, public investment in infrastructure in particular, that the government has been making, businesses are making quite a lot of money. And rightly so, of course. But the government, I don't think, is getting its fair share in capturing the rate of return through taxes on all of the investments it has been making over the years. I know that one concern is that more revenue collection will deter robust business activity. But as I noted above, the level of taxation here is much below the threshold where higher tax collection could disincentivize investments. Besides, if spending is not going to have to be squeezed further or the fiscal deficit to widen and cause debt problems, there really is no alternative to further increasing tax collections. The second priority that the late governor, I think, would have identified to engender structural transformation, I think is the importance of further human capital investment for climbing up the value-added ladder. In Uganda, both secondary and tertiary enrollment have been lower than in the sub-Saharan African average and well below the level, of course, of many lower middle-income Asian countries. Also, in the context of recent school closures during the pandemic, learning losses have been significant and the risk that children will not return to education have increased. I think focusing on this area is particularly important now as Uganda begins to experience a rising demographic dividend with the working age share of population set to increase in the coming decades. Fully reaping the benefits of this dividend will require investing in skills of the working age population to enhance their employment prospects. The third policy priority is financial sector development. I know from conversations that I have had with the late Governor Tumusiime Mutebile that limited progress in financial deepening was a source of deep disappointment. The most telling number in this regard, I think, is the rather low level of credit to the private sector as a share of GDP. The average in the average sub-Saharan African country, this stands at about 40%. In Uganda, 14% of GDP. Just 1/3 of the sub-Saharan African average. Why does this matter, and why has financial deepening disappointed? It matters because the process of structural transformation requires the movement of labor and capital from one part of the economy to another. And this, in turn, requires new investment by firms and economic agents. Often, in the early stages of development, this tends to be financed through retained earnings and profits. This, of course, constrains the amount of resources at their disposal. But it is with access to bank lending and financial market that the scope for investment increases. When these markets malfunction, the process of moving investment to higher productive activities also suffers. As to why financial deepening has disappointed here, to my mind, there are two reasons that dominate. First, the reform agenda in this area never really went much beyond liberalizing interest rates and privatizing public banks. There could and should be much more aggressive follow-up of identifying the binding constraints on credit intermediation and addressing them, as tends to be the case in many other countries. One argument that I have heard to explain the dearth of lending to the private sector here in Uganda is that the cost of borrowing is very high. But as I once heard the late governor refute this point, he pointed out that there are many other countries where the cost of credit is as high, even higher, but banks undertake much more lending. The second reason, and I think the more dominant reason why financial markets have not deepened, is that financial markets do not work in isolation. Perhaps more so than any other business activity, the financial sector requires a transparent and effective judiciary for contract enforcement, robust bank supervisory and regulatory frameworks, and active weeding out of ineffective and weakly capitalized entities. Gone are the days when informal and personal relations could facilitate this. Rather, in this environment, what is needed are robust mechanisms and institutions that can reassure economic agents to transact with each other, knowing well that people that transgress will be penalized. Again, these issues, while partly technical, given the vested interests that stand to be affected, is something that requires a whole of government approach and political will to enforce. Let me now wrap up with a few concluding thoughts. First, I want to try and summarize, rather ambitiously perhaps, what I consider to be the late governor's overall approach to policy making. I think this was a deep appreciation for human fallibility. I think this is why throughout his distinguished career, he championed the need for institutions that promote excellence and good governance, frameworks that set the limits and require trade-offs, and the need to pay heed to market signals. I think this is an approach that is still very much applicable today. On my occasional visits here, I have sensed deep frustration in government circles that development is not progressing rapidly enough and something radical must be done. This frustration is one I share because the potential of this country is second to none. But as I hope I've been able to persuade you, what is needed here is a focus on a few key areas, notably revenue mobilization to promote resilience, further investment in health and education, and financial sector deepening. You have here an economy that has been able to continue expanding for a remarkably long time, reduce poverty considerably. So it's important to not jeopardize this. What is needed now, I think, is upgrading the capacity of the state to engender more rapid structural transformation. Mr. President, not unlike computers, I think the modern economy requires continuous software upgrades as glitches and vulnerabilities emerge. This requires talented and empowered officials in key policy-making positions to continuously work on identifying and alleviating constraints to growth and investment. Second, I have to, of course, say something about the late governor's persona. He was as brainy as they come as an economist and policymaker, with very strong analytics, whiplash smarts, and always open to powerful counter-arguments. As well, though, he was incredibly courageous. I have previously described him as a lion of a policymaker. This, of course, was in reference to his lifetime of public policy service at Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Bank of Uganda, and his contributions to the East African community, which have left a large and illustrious imprint on policymaking and policymakers throughout the region, and indeed well beyond. But it was also in reference to his fearlessness, the way he stood his ground when he felt policies detrimental to progress were being considered. He was always ready to speak truth to power. And mind you, he was doing this even in the days as a young man when doing so risked him very real personal harm. I think that there is much our generation of policymakers, advisors, and technocrats could do to emulate him. We have to, of course, recognize that policy positions are often adopted as much for political reasons as they are for solely economic ones. But an important way in which we can all pay homage to the incredible success and legacy of the late Governor Tumusiime Mutebile is by making sure that we compellingly make the case for the appropriate course of action and laying out the consequences of failing to do so. Finally, as the occasion has called for, I have centered my remarks around the late governor, the humble, generous, and often shy person that he was. He would probably have been a bit mortified by the sole focus on him if he was here today with us. I think he would have wanted recognition of his very able fellow collaborators, as mentioned earlier before, like the late Chris Kasami, Keith Muhakanisi, who is not here with us, and many others, including in this crowd. I bow my head to them all, and many others that have so ably served the Ugandan people. And of course, all of this would not have been possible without the oversight of President Museveni. With that, I will end here, and thank you so much for listening to me patiently.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abebe. Another round of applause as I invite him to take the front seat on my right. Mr. Abebe has talked about a number of things, of course, which we talk about every other day in our boardrooms. But most importantly is, he has said that the economy has been able to continue growing for a remarkably very long time. This deserves another round of applause. And we must note that this has happened because of the good leadership and guidance by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I now take the honor to invite the first discussant, Dr. Donald Kaberuka. Would you like to use this chair, or if you... Let him stand.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. My association with the late Mutebile goes a long way, about 35 years, in our different capacities. So as I said at his funeral, him and I discussed the policies continuously over that period of time. So I want to thank the Bank of Uganda and the family for inviting me to make a few comments on Abebe's excellent remarks. But I have just two problems. One of them is that I agree with everything he has said, so I don't know what to say. The only two differences I have with him is that he's still in office and I'm out of office. So his ability to stray too much out of orthodoxy is circumscribed. He has to stay in line. Since I'm out of office, I have a bit more degrees of freedom to say a few things which I'm sure he agrees with. Another small difference, Abebe, is that International organizations have a habit of dividing Africa into two, what they call Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. It's a convenience for the World Bank and the IMF and others, but I don't think I want to approach it from that angle. Because North African countries are part of Africa, although in the IMF and the World Bank, they are counted as part of the Middle East. So this would be my only two differences. You're in office, I'm out of office. And I'll talk about the whole of Africa as you talk about Sub-Saharan Africa. Now, I've been given 15 minutes, and I want to respect the time. But before I do so, Mr. President, friends, let me say how lucky we have been to have Abebe leading the IMF Africa department in the last 5 years of crisis. Under the leadership of Kristalina, the MD, the institution is totally unrecognizable from what was 30 years ago. And I know what I'm talking about. But in addition, since COVID up to now, just listen to these numbers. They used to do $1.5 billion to $2 billion per year. In the last 2 years, they have done $60 billion to Africa. Just note the numbers. So, Abebe, thank you very much for what you have done. The Resilience and Trust Fund, which you have rolled in, is another one. But also, something has happened in the fund, which many of you may know. In the past, the fund was very inflexible on many things, very prescriptive. But recently, the fund is very flexible. Surprise, surprise. And they have assumed the new missions. Long time ago, it was about macroeconomic stability only, but you heard him talk about structural transformation. They now talk about gender, about climate, about fragile states, and all that is a force for good. So, in responding to these remarks, I thought of doing the following. Mike, Deputy Governor, when he invited me, he said I should answer the question, what would Mutebile have done if he had listened to Abebe's remarks? So, number one, in the 1980s and 90s, Mutebile and his colleagues were instrumental in what I call the first generation of economic reforms. This is inflation, currency misalignment, budget and current account deficit, health of the financial sector, reform of state enterprises, and so on. I'm sure the young generation of Ugandans here may wonder when they hear things like Kibanda exchange rate or Magendo, because they did not live that period. But that is a kind of challenge they are facing. Now, these reforms were not always popular. They did not resolve everything, but they laid a firm foundation for the subsequent trajectory which Abebe describes very well. I know there have been a lot of criticism about this kind of economic reforms, especially among left-wing circles. One of them was that these reforms, euphemistically called the Washington Consensus, had a lot of ideological baggage in the name of laissez-faire and abetted neoliberalism. I must say that in this room, your humble servant included, in his youthful years, had some sympathy with that view. But he quickly matured out of it. The second critique I had was about design. It tended to be one size fits all. And thirdly, that it undermined ownership of countries to do what they want to do. Now, Abebe, I want to say that there was probably at some point a bit of overcorrection, but quickly corrected in the neoliberal direction. And sometimes the fund had these over-dogmatic approaches, which, thank God, have gone out of the window. The fund is a very fast learning machine, and it has since become an organization you can have a dialogue with, which is not prescribing what you should do, but figuring out what you can do together. So thank you, sir, for that. Now, let me agree with Abebe also that these economic reforms were not an end in themselves. The end was economic transformation, which he describes very well. But here, I want to probably express a heterodox view that in the world of structural transformation, countries can take different paths. Just look around the G20. It could be neoliberal path, it could be state-led capitalism, or everything in between. Just look at the G20, what is happening there. And then, of course, our countries have matured enough. We know what to do. The external agents of restraint, like in those past years, telling our countries what to do, that is now less and less important. So let me respect my time. What would Mutebile have done? The first thing would be macroeconomic discipline, definitely. Discipline not in the short term, but discipline in the long term. Discipline not because it is good, but because it is existential. It is something which has to happen. And it has to happen in a sustainable way. Because I've had an opportunity to say to some of our ministers that crisis, and there are quite a lot nowadays, will happen all the time. Just look at the crisis we have had over the last 30 years. You can enumerate a whole list of them. From the oil crisis in 1973, the dollar devaluation, 9/11, you can go to global financial crisis, Ebola, COVID, and now, of course, the war in Eastern Europe. So, crises are, so to speak, a new normal. The art of economic policy is about anticipating and building resilience. And that is the situation we're in right now. And I do agree with all the recommendations which the Speaker has made. Now, this issue of consistency over the long term, which was very dear to Mutebile, is very, very important. Nothing can be as damaging as a country going through economic reforms of a decade and a half, and then to throw it away because there is a crisis. It is happening now in a number of African countries, and that means attempt to avoid short-term pain. You actually invite long-term pain and high-cost reforms in the future. Consistency and avoiding volatile policies. Now, rich countries can afford inconsistency. Just look at how they responded to the global financial crisis. Nationalizing banks, printing money because they can. But we don't have that luxury. Our room for maneuver is very, very small. And therefore, consistency over long policies is absolutely critical. And in terms of that consistency, Mr. President, dear friends, I want to say that I think Mutebile would have insisted a lot about anchoring the independence of the central bank. Because all these fights on inflation, in countries where central banks are not independent in law and in fact, that's where hyperinflation, instability of the financial sector becomes a problem. It is absolutely important that our central banks, at this point in time, anchor their independence. But independence does not mean you don't coordinate. It is actually important at this time of crisis that central banks and ministers of finance, even ministries of social affairs, coordinate policies very closely. I'm not saying they should agree always. There should be always some disagreements between the Minister of Finance and the central bank governor. If there isn't, we would be concerned. But there should be close coordination for policy to be meaningful. One thing also I think Mutebile would have insisted upon, as many of his colleagues do, is that when you are anchoring discipline and discipline which imposes short-term pain, that pain must be minimized and applied to all. It cannot simply apply to some. The pain must be minimized, shared, and benefits widely distributed. So, subsidies, let me pick just one. If you're going to have subsidies, and many of our governments are now under pressure to give subsidies on transport, on food, or energy, you have to think. If you give open subsidies available to everyone, so two things will happen. It is the wealthier off who would benefit. The vulnerable people you want to protect actually get less benefits. And number two, they are very expensive. However, a policy of targeted subsidies to those who need it, which are limited in time, is the best way to go. And then you may have also to figure out, is it best to subsidize food itself or to subsidize agricultural production? I understand our colleagues in Kenya have been having this debate, so Patrick, I look to you to tell us where it has landed, i.e., instead of subsidizing unga, you subsidize maize producers. All these are issues which I think about in terms of equity. One more thing which I think Mutebile would have insisted upon, because we are now living in a world where we're almost getting to a point of the 1930s. And I'm saying this with all the candor at my command, because what I said during the COVID crisis and vaccine access. When wealthy countries, rightly so, were looking after their own people, and we, African countries, even when money was available, could not access the vaccines. You could talk about climate finance. You could talk about how we're dealing with the global recession, supply chain disruptions, the financial markets, and then, of course, this issue of debt. It is important that we make a correct reading of this. Should we continue to be dependent on global supply chains, which can easily become a risk for things which our people need, like medicine, like vaccines, like food now? Or we should take the view that while globalization is a force for good, we're at a point where global supply chains have to also contribute to not producing at the lowest point of production, but at the most reliable point of production. That's the lesson we got from COVID. Now, very finally, just I'll come to the end, 15 minutes, I think. The instrument which IMF has just rolled out, called Reliability, Resilience and Sustainability Trust Fund, to help countries cope with climate change, with pandemics, is something marvelous. But it was supposed to be funded by countries reallocating the special drawing rights. Because when the special drawing rights were issued, of course, they went proportionally to the quotas in the fund. So countries who received a large amount of special drawing rights actually don't need them. And so the proposal from the head of the IMF and others was those countries who don't need those special drawing rights can reallocate them under conditions to be discussed to low-income countries via the IMF to help fund climate, fund pandemics. So thank you for that, but the amounts are still limited to what was available from the limited amount of the special drawing rights. Now, I don't think there is a lot of runway to reform the multilateral system now, beginning with the SDR itself, but there are many other examples. WTO dispute resolution, a reform, of course, of the IMF itself, and the Quota. I think big power interests are misaligned, whether it is pandemic, climate, energy, let alone security management. What we have now is sort of a zero-sum calculus, or even sometimes zero-sum economic warfare. And therefore, at that point, African countries, and I don't mean just sub-Saharan Africa, I mean African countries, we have to ask ourselves a question. In the global scheme of things, we're very small economies, inherently vulnerable, over-impacted by what is happening in the global economy, in the context of an underwhelming multilateralism. The question has to be, what do we do ourselves to build the resilience? I think the continent must assume its right to exercise its agency, its right to exist, and make its own economic and social choices. We must correctly assess the current environment and develop a strategy. However, once that strategy is developed, it must be given maximum chance to succeed. Not just because it is important, but because it is existential. Not just in the short term, but in a sustainable way. I have no time to enumerate what I think the African continental free trade area could offer us, this large, seamless trade area investment space, to build that kind of resilience which we need by reducing the cost of business, attracting investment, and enabling moving up the global value chain, which you mentioned. So let me finally conclude. So, terms are very tough. Growth in Africa this year will be 3.7%. That is barely above population increase, barely above population increase. Inflation is at its highest in 20 years. Africa has not been in that situation since 1972-73. Some countries are paying in-depth service as much as 80% of the revenues. I know at least 2-3 cases. 80% of revenues. And there are evidence in a few countries of premature deindustrialization. If you look at, as you look at the numbers here, if you look at growth in the value added to GDP of industry, it has actually stagnated at around 20% since mid-1980s. Now, Abebe mentioned something called a demographic dividend, which means around 2040 in terms of the size of the labor force you have, which declines over time. What we should know is that, as he said it, this is not preordained. Latin America missed it. Southeast Asia got it. So, as he put it, how do we make sure this demographic dividend is actually a reality? He mentioned what we should do, which is investment in education and skills and digital. Exactly what we should do. Look, 10 to 11 million young Africans enter the labor market each year. 42 million Africans are born every year. That will be 47 in 2 years' time. It's like you add the population of Uganda to Africa's population every year, 47 million people, of whom 10 to 11 million will be young men entering and women entering the labor market. At a time when I say the value added to GDP has stagnated. So we have some work to do, not simply to stabilize our economies at the macro level, but to put in place conditions for structural transformation. And I think it is doable. It will be difficult, it's doable if you do the right things. Again, I'll go back to what happened in 1972-73. Maybe you have heard me say it. In 1972, you had this devaluation of the dollar and the end of the fixed exchange rate regime, which sent shockwaves in the financial markets worldwide. 2 years later, you had 2 oil shocks. Oil price went from $3 to, I think, $12 in the currency of those days. And that began a long period in Europe of what they call stagflation, stagnation and inflation, and like now, a search for energy security. Latin America entered a phase of debt and instability. The Middle East, a period of managing huge dollar surpluses. And Africa began the 30 years long march of negative per capita growth, which was reversed only around 2000. And so the fear now is that unless we stay the course of economic reforms and those structural changes we have to do, which he mentioned, the risk of a return of macroeconomic imbalances are quite high, But I believe we have what it takes to overcome that, as we have done over the last few years. So let me again thank Bank of Uganda, thank Mutebile family for inviting us. I think our colleague has mentioned a lot of achievements you have made. He knows more about than myself. I'm only saying that if Governor Mutebile was here, he would probably say, stay the course, be consistent. Don't be distracted by the crisis, manage them fairly, manage structural transformation, work on the multilateral order, and then keep the discipline, and success is guaranteed, as many African countries have shown. I want to thank you very much for your time and for the invitation. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you so much, Dr. Donald Kaberuka. Friends, join me in appreciating Dr. Donald Kaberuka with another round of applause. As I invite him to take a seat on my extreme right, I now take the honor to invite Dr. Patrick Njoroge to sum up the discussions. Dr. Njoroge, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, dear guest, Mr. President, honorable ministers, Madam Betty, and distinguished guests. I came to honor a fallen colleague, a friend, my older brother. And I know the discussion was directed as to follow the variable lecture, and of course for me, following also the variable discussion by my brother, also Donald Kaberuka. But I think I want, instead of maybe, I want to take a different route, if you don't mind, which is to tell you my lessons. I became the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya in June 2015. And you know, it didn't come with a manual, operational manual, how to run a central bank. So I quickly realized that there were resources I could depend on. And our fallen colleague was definitely one of them. And over the years that we worked together, I appreciated the very many conversations we had, his deep understanding of issues, his very acute political sense, and indeed, something else that I learned again and again and again, his courage. His courage. Of course, over the years, I consulted with him. As central bank governors, you don't quite consult with ministers, as we have just been told, right? You consult with other governors, and you sort of find, learn from their experiences, and truth be told, I really benefited from the conversations that we had. Of course, we became friends, but really, he was my older brother. And I want to thank you, Mr. President, and indeed the people of Uganda for giving me such a worthy older brother. Now, having listened to him multiple times, I have begun to see how he looked at things. So I learned from him, and I think I can sort of describe his vision, the way he explained to me various things. Frankly, as was mentioned earlier today, he can only be described as a man for all seasons. Somebody mentioned it earlier, a man for all seasons, because he didn't only play striker. He didn't only play defense. He played where he needed to play. And if he needed to be goalkeeper, he was goalkeeper. In a sense, he was a man of a lot of skills and indeed rose to the occasion as needed. Now, one of the ways I've looked at the way he looked at things is to say that he had three issues, or you could say three separate circles of issues that intersected. And I'll just mention them to you. I call them, for those in front of us, I call them the political economy trilemma. But basically, the first circle is about macroeconomic stability. And he understood very well the training that he had and understood how to maintain that. So in all the conversations, the questions, the approaches, he was a macroeconomist par excellence. And this is something that I think the younger generation need to appreciate a lot more. Meaning he was an economist and he dealt with things as an economist. Economic growth, cost of living, all those were things that obviously, as we are told today, we struggled with and we are struggling with them, but he could see them and discuss them and think through them as an economist. Then there's another circle, which is social stability. So he understood very well, very keen appreciation of society's pain. So for instance, when we talk about cost of living, he did understand the social side of it, meaning what it means for people and livelihoods. You know, purpose, when you talk about economic growth, things about equitable economic growth, etc. Various interest groups, the conversation about subsidies. Is one thing to say we should remove subsidies, another to first think about the interest groups that are there, and to then manage all that. He had a very keen sense of that. And this is all, we are discussing this with him in, you know, in sort of behind doors, right? And then there's the third circle, which is what I would call opportunities. And Don, you mentioned it a moment ago. Things, for instance, about our youth. Yeah? What are we going to do about our youth? How are we presenting those opportunities to our people? Because it's not enough to say there's growth. As I have famously said, we cannot eat GDP. You cannot eat GDP. At the end of the day, you need to present opportunities, and not just for the next 2-3 years, but actually sort of for the long term. Those opportunities. So jobs, sectors, agriculture, the meaning of agriculture and where is it taking us, etc. Innovation, inclusion, productivity, all those are things that are in the circle of opportunities. So if you have these three circles, the point is they intersect. And the issue is to hit the place where all three intersect. And this, to me, shows the mastery of the man, because he was able to navigate that very narrow intersection of these things without, in a sense, belaboring his, let's say, economic arguments, or for that matter, coming through like a bleeding heart, you know, social issues, or for that matter, sort of thinking, you know, having a very keen interest as, let's say, the Minister of Industry, et cetera, would have on industrialization, etc. So that's how I sort of place him. But you know, in all this, I learned from him that I have to remain always a central banker. Unfortunately, well, I only got to know him in his later years when he was a central banker. And so the fact that he was a central banker and really wanted all of us, myself included in my conversation, to remain a central banker, but at the same time, ask the uncomfortable questions as an economist. So he appreciated my training as an economist, and obviously realized that there are benefits to asking those questions according to our training. Now, I'll mention a few things, other lessons, but I think the one lesson I would make is the first one, really. And this took time for me to appreciate. You know, a lot of time, etc. You know, he wasn't always very direct. Yeah, meaning he wouldn't just tell you, do this, do the other, or, you know, even you had a conversation, and I learned a lot from that. I guess often we all want to have quick, like instant coffee answers. You know, just put in the instant coffee and you have the answers. So the first one, the first lesson in all this, really relating to this thing of being a central banker, is that he was very aware of his vulnerabilities, and vulnerabilities also of the central bank, that's BOU. Very aware of those vulnerabilities. He didn't wear them on his sleeve, so maybe to me he would talk a little bit more. But the point is, he was very aware of those vulnerabilities, and at the same time really realized that the one thing, the one card he would never throw away the one card you'd never throw away is about credibility of the central bank. And he pushed that. And Don, you mentioned this thing about independence. I hate to tell you, that's a kind of an old word, Don, So the thing of credibility of the central bank. And it goes in all sorts of ways, but that is one of the things that really you could see, when you discuss with him various things that in a sense began to encroach on this independence. He would obviously react very strongly like a lion, but at the same time understood that credibility of the central bank and independence of the central bank, if you may, was not something that was to be seen by itself. Of course, there was going to be accountability, et cetera, all that he understood. And to me, that was the first lesson, appreciation of the importance of the credibility, particularly in our economies. It's one thing to talk about credibility of a central bank like the Fed or advanced economies. You talked about G20. It's another to talk about the credibility of our central banks, given the many problems that we face. That was one thing. The second one, the second lesson, as it were, in this space, it's one thing to say that he understood, like the example that was given to us just now, about his approach to flexibility exchange rate regimes. By the way, Your Excellency, I already knew how much the governor, his views about flexible exchange rate regime, but I only learned from you the discussion that you had about the flexibility of flexible exchange rate regimes in Uganda. And I really appreciate you telling us that story about your conversations with Emmanuel several years ago. But I think from our perspective, it's easy to think that he could only see, or he could see the opportunities of a flexible exchange rate regime. Actually, he saw the opportunities and also the dangers. He probably wouldn't tell you what the dangers are, meaning until you're in a closed sort of space. Then he could tell me what the dangers are. And I'm sure those of you that had conversations about a particular topic, you'd see he has a very keen sense of the soft underbelly of some of the policies that we were pursuing, etc. So he understood that very well. For instance, if you remember, and I'm sure you can look at the various conversations about exchange rate, he understood the problems of excess volatility and even indiscipline by various agents, banks, foreign exchange actors, that can actually, in a sense, derail what exists as a well-functioning system, and indeed derail the economy. He fully understood that. And actually, when he was presenting various policies, at least to us and others, he understood that that is something that needed to be dealt with. And frankly, what I find a bit uncomfortable is that you had to push him a little in order for him to come through on all these things. Yeah? So once you got to, once he understood you and you understood each other, then yes, of course, he would tell you all these things, watch about this, watch that other issue. But it is important to appreciate that even with opportunities, there are dangers. And you need to watch for the dangers. Unfortunately, some of us belong to the school of just looking at the bright side of things. This is the bright side, and don't worry about the dangers. And I think that is something that I learned from him, to be very careful about to be clear about the dangers, and then to deal with them. In effect, in my view, this is a man who was playing chess. I never asked him that question, but maybe I'll ask Betty whether he actually played chess. He's the sort of person, I think, who would have done very well playing chess, because in effect, I think he played three-dimensional chess all the time. So all these three things, the problems and the opportunities, and he's talking to you about them. This, to me, is three-dimensional chess. And he was brilliant in that sense. And it's important for us to appreciate the sort of the mind of the man that we are obviously honoring today. I want to make two other points before I finish. There's a point about being, and we fight this all the time, short-term policies. And I think today there was a discussion about growth. And quite often we talk about 3%, 6%, 8%. The issue, though, is he who had a keen sense of the long-term outcomes. So not just the short-term, the long-term outcomes. I'll give you a simple example. The question that was raised by Abe a moment ago about inflation targeting. Actually, if you looked at any, let's say, if you go through the macro, let's say, rules, the rule book, if you may, sorry, there's no rule book, but you begin to see the preconditions. One can argue that Uganda was miles away from satisfying the precondition for inflation targeting. But in his mind, he knew that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. And he began going in that direction before others could actually see that it was time to go in that direction. And to me, that is the amazing thing, that he had this eye for the long term. Now, when you talk about, for instance, so the long haul, when we talk to investors, quite often, this is one of the issues that we raise with them. You're investing, expecting returns in the next 2-3 years, or the next 5 years. You should be investing for the long haul. And policymakers should also be investing for the long haul. And even the government spending in health, spending in education, spending on those things, the returns are very much in the long haul. And that's where we go to these circles. So I talked about the 3 circles, opportunities are there. And those opportunities, the returns will be in the long haul. So I guess I learned this thing of look at the long haul, the returns, even as you and the people around you are also discussing the short term. So this means, for instance, building institutions, building markets, all these take time. We talked about that inflation targeting, but there are the institutions that have come up. I want to finish with the last point. The East African community. I think everybody in the room, and Your Excellency in particular, appreciate how much of a champion for the East African community our fallen brother was. But he urged us, and I can say this is something that I saw myself, not at the table, in the kitchen as it were, right? He urged us and urged our Monetary Affairs Committee, that is the Committee of Governors of region, not to us. He understood the preconditions for the monetary union, etc., etc., but understood that we cannot rush ahead with monetary union and, should we say, common currency and all those other things without the preconditions being satisfied. So it meant that today now, take the long haul, take the long-term view and really work. And he saw a risk of reversion to trade protectionism. So if we want to go ahead with the East African community, we need to be very concerned about this trade protectionism. And it would reverse the gains that we have had as a people of East African community, etc. So this is something that we learned from him. And I think in all the things that I think we memorialize, this is one of the ones you can say he was one of the pillars of what our East African community will be. I want to finish, Your Excellency, with a story. Years ago, I was in Arusha for a meeting of the East African community, and I happened to work with an older minister, and he told me this story. He told me this story about he had gone somewhere, that is the minister, this minister had gone somewhere, and he saw this farmer planting coconuts. Now, coconuts take a long time to grow, as we all know. And so the minister asked the farmer, hey, I see you are planting coconuts. You are old, so I don't think you'll eat from these coconuts that you are planting. So the farmer turned to the minister and said, you see, I'm planting these coconuts, and I know I will not eat from them. Others will eat from them. I, on the other hand, eat from this coconut tree here that I never planted. Our late governor planted coconuts. He probably didn't eat, and he didn't eat from those coconuts that he planted. But I, for one, have eaten from those coconuts that he planted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Njoroge. I invite you to take the front seat on my left. Distinguished guests, join me appreciate our presenter and our dear participants for the job well done. They are in front because they will take some questions later on, and I beg for music interlude as I go to the next item.
the family of the late Mutebile, the widow and family, Right Honorable Mbabazi, former Prime Minister, our guests, the speakers, and the governor, the deputy governor, and all the friends who are here. Mr. Mutebile was a junior part of our student group of the 1960s. We were already very active in the politics of Uganda. And we were very ambitious regarding what we wanted to be done. Now, later on, I came to learn that he had linked up with the IMF group, who had a certain way of thinking, which in our view was a limited one, but a useful one. Now, I think Mutebile also went into exile. He must have gone into exile. He must have left. I don't think he stayed here. He went to Zambia or something. Or he went out. But for us who were in the bush fighting most of the time. Now, when we reassembled, after almost 20 years of chaos, from 1966 to 1986, that's 20 years. Now we had a chance to put in place our long-held views. So don't look at Mutebile as a freelance actor. You should look at him as part of a group who had a sub-orientation which we found useful, but it was part of the story, not the whole story. By 1962, when Uganda got independence, and these are the problems you could do, bother to understand if you want, because if you don't, you will not move. By 1962, when Uganda got independence, it was typical of the colonies and the neo-colonies. This is where the problem is. All those problems you talk about, social, this, what, they all come from that historical reality, that these countries like Uganda were colonies, and by the time of people like Idi Amin, they were neo-colonies. And these neo-colonies were characterized by what we are calling enclave economies, enclave money economies. You would have the whole economy with a small island of modernity, of money, surrounded by a sea of non-money traditional economy. By 1962, Uganda was being described as the enclave of Uganda's economy, the money enclave, was being described as the economy of the 3 C's and the 3 T's. The 3 C's were cotton, coffee, and copper. And the 3 T's were tea, tourism, and tobacco. That was the economy of Uganda at independence, the money economy. The rest, traditional way of doing things. What we describe in our language here as abakorera ekida kyonka, people who only work for the stomach. What you call in your language subsistence economy. In law we say, teach me each keken. Now, when Idi Amin came in, he destroyed much of that small island. By 1986, cotton had collapsed, copper had collapsed. It was only coffee which was still limping on at 2 million bags a year. 3 T's, tourism had collapsed, tea had shrunk from 23 million kilograms to only 3 million kilograms. And tobacco is the only one which was still limping on. So therefore, when we were assembled, we had very clear views, which had, like, if you like to record them, maybe 6 targets. And when we are talking about Uganda, that's how you should look at it. 6 targets in the economy. Number 1, the minimum recovery. To bring back, if possible, the small island of the money economy. And in order to do that, we had to deal with what Dr. Kaberuka referred to, which was reformalizing, because the economy had, that small economy had become, the whole economy had become totally informal, was no longer formal. The magendo, the smuggling, the chivanda, the foreign currency black market, the what they were calling Oksamra, speculation. That's what that economy, that residual neo-colonial economy was like that time. Now, in order to do that, definitely Mutebile and his group helped us, because they emphasized it. For them, but maybe let me first go through the targets. So the second target was, after reviving the small island, then the next target was to expand it. To expand it. Revive, the small island of money economy, and expand it. Number 3, diversify the activities in the money economy. Because remember, for instance, if you, those three C's and 3 T's, we are being told that these were cash products. Coffee was a cash crop. Cotton was a cash crop. But maize was not a cash crop. It was a food. So for the urban people who sometimes eat maize flour, akawunga, they are to buy it from Kenya. The Kenyan whites who are growing that maize. So in Uganda, maize was not a cash crop. Milk was not a cash crop. Milk was just a food. When you came to the town, you would find powdered milk from Denmark, condensed milk from New Zealand. In Ntungamo there, in my home village, you'd go into the Indian shops and you find there small tins of condensed milk from Switzerland, from New Zealand, and so on. And here we had cows, but we had no linkage with the market. Bananas were not a cash crop. Sugar cane was just for chewing. Just chew and you spit on the road. The fruits were not a cash crop. So therefore, our third target, first of all, restore the island. Secondly, expand the island. And number 3, diversify the activities in the island. Then number 4, start building a new economy of a new type. Because as you are doing all that, you are reviving education, you are reviving infrastructure, and so on. Then start building an economy of a new type. By, for instance, reviving our educational system and introducing new faculties, which was part of our long-term plan. Like, for instance, at Makerere, there was no food science faculty. We introduced it deliberately because Uganda easily produces those agricultural products. Now, that new faculty which we introduced, and another department which we introduced was the Faculty of Quantitative Economics, or department. I think it is in the economics department. That food science faculty has produced a lot of new innovators who are now creating a new economy for us, not the other one of the traditional cash crops, like the banana project by Dr. Muranga, like all sorts of new food items processed, but from our traditional crops. So the Faculty of Engineering has been able to produce people who have made for us the electric vehicles, electric buses, electric cars. The electric car we are developing now is what we call the Chira vehicle, electric vehicle, which is, Chira is the name of the Nile. That's what we call Nile. Nile is called Chira. That's why the president of South Sudan is called Salva Kiir. Kiir in their language is the same like here. We call it Kira here. For them, they call it Kiir. So this automobile industry, which we are developing, the pathogenic, Dr. Kaberuka was talking about how Africans had to die democratically until they were saved by somebody. Well, it's good, but then people wake up from those experiences. So we are busy developing our vaccines, developing our pharmaceutical industry. So that is the fourth effort, economy based on human intellect and science, not just the other traditional. Then number 5, massive, broad-based value addition. Because part of the problem, if you look at the economies of the third world, especially Africa and Latin America, as somebody was saying, you take, for instance, coffee. The global value of coffee today is $460 billion. 460 billion. Out of that, all the coffee growing countries, all of them, their share is only $27 billion. And Africa's share is 2.5 billion. So you tell me, how can you develop? You produce a product, you get, because for us, when we produce a kilo of coffee here, we get $2 for a kilo of coffee. Somebody roasts it and grinds it and packs it, and he gets $50. And we have got economists and analysts and all these people. What are they analyzing? Why don't they see this? So, you must have heard that I belong to a group called National Resistance Movement. You must have heard that rumor, that this old man belongs to something called National Resistance Movement. So we resist this bankruptcy that we produce, and we get not even 1% of the value of our products. This is madness. So we started with the struggle. I started with the struggle because I'm a cattle keeper. If you have never seen cattle keepers, there is one of them here. As soon as of course I had started when I was a student, trying to wake up those cattle pharaohs who were running up and down with nomadism. In the 1960s, we tried to settle them down and all that. But when we came from the bush, I went and really engaged them very intensely to turn milk into a cash crop, first of all. Because milk was not a cash crop. Milk was a food. The cash milk was from Denmark. They would go to Denmark, get powdered milk, bring it here, add water of Lake Victoria, and print there Uganda Dairy Corporation. The dairy there was the water, the Ugandan. You can't believe the lack of seriousness. So we mobilized those pharaohs in the cattle corridor, convinced them that they can produce the milk, feed the towns here. You should be the ones to produce milk to feed the towns. Because they had cows but no money. Why no money? Because they were not selling what they were producing. So we were able to convince them. They started selling the milk. The government, their cooperation was too small. It was processing 65,000 liters a day. Production was going up. We got private investors from India, from where. Now we have got a huge dairy industry, fully integrated from production to liquid milk, to powdered milk, to ghee, to butter, to all those things. Even sub-products. There's a product called casein, a protein which they use in food formulations, which the US import. These pharaohs are producing it here. So that was the front line on milk. We are engaged on the front line in bananas, to add value to the bananas. We are engaged in the front line of the coffee. Coffee, big war, to add value to the coffee. Big war. I met, many years ago, I met Nescafe. And is it Nescafe, one of those groups? Nescafe, the other one. There are two of them. They took us to a very cold place called Davos. I don't know why they take people there. I think it is good for them to shiver there. Then I met these pharaohs there. You pharaohs, why don't you come in Uganda and add value to our coffee? They said, very sorry, Mr. Museveni. We already have a factory in London. This is the one that is producing for the whole world. If you want, you have to, we cannot help you. They told me off. But we have not given up. We are moving. We are going, we shall add value to our coffee, and we shall get out of that slavery. And cassava, all that line of adding value. Then finally, another front line we had to struggle with is because by 1969, you can see how dangerous some of these African countries, especially those which are well endowed with resources like Uganda, because Uganda has got everything. That's why many of the Ugandans are lazy. It is not easy to die here. Even if you don't work, you go and stay with your brother. Why have you come? I have come to see you. Which I could have. Who told you that I needed to be viewed as a film? They're just there, having an easy life. The more, some of these countries which have got a lot of resources like Uganda, like Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, you don't have to work in Congo, you just eat mangoes and forest products and some monkeys. You don't have to. So it's very dangerous. If you don't get leaders to wake up these people, it's quite a problem. So here, you can check the figures. I tried to check. By 1969 census, we had a census in 1969. We had one in 1959, just before independence. Then we had one in 1969. I think if I remember the figures, only 4% of the people were in the money economy. 96% were in the subsistence economy. So imagine, only 4%. When we came into government, we started talking about it. But when we checked, even by 2013, the people who were in the money economy were now 32% of the homesteads. 68% were outside the money economy. So our sixth point is the struggle for the universal monetization of the whole society, so that we end the abakorera echida chonka, the people who only work for the stomach. Now, this is our plan from the very beginning. Now, when we came and we linked up with the Mutebiles, definitely they contributed. And in particular, Mutebile contributed, I think, 6 points. I was trying to remember. Number one, emphasis on the private sector, the role of the private sector. I think there were that group of Mutebile, Kasami, Muhakanizi, and a few others. We are not very insisting on the private sector. I would even say committing the sin of idolatry, Shani, worshipping idols. They were worshipping the private sector because sometimes they had a war, you know, because I was like an umpire. On one side was Mutebile and that group, and on the other side was Dr. Suruma. You know Suruma? Is he here? Oh, they should stand up and they see you if they know who you are. Now, I was the umpire because I would listen to their arguments and then finally decide to go with this one or the other one. Now, most of the time, I went with the Mutebile group, and I will tell you why. But there is one debate where there was Mutebile and his group on one side, and Dr. Solomon on the other side. I went with the Mutebiles, but later on I regretted. I should have gone with. This was the UCB, the privatization of the UCB. Because Uganda Commercial Bank was doing very well. It was making a profit. But the Mutebile group put out an argument that the interest rates are high because you are talking about interest rates. This was the debate we had. The interest rates are high because UCB is a government company, and the managers are carelessly giving loans, and many of the loans are not paid back, and we who are stupid to pay back end up paying for ourselves and paying for the ones who didn't pay. That's why what they were calling loan recovery. Loan recovery was very low because the government bankers were careless. If it was private, that would not happen. So but Dr. Surumak put up a very big fight. But I said no. I got sort of persuaded by the Mutebile. I said, let's try it and see. And we called the South Africans here, this group called Stambik. They came. How can I cheat our what? The interest rates are nothing. They have done nothing. So next time, then there were other government banks, UDB, Housing Finance. I don't know, there's another one called Posta Bank. They said, we want to privatize. I said, please forget. We will never, no more privatization of these banks. Because I made a mistake of UCB, I will never repeat it again. and it is the UDB. It is the UDB we are now using to do something, to deal with that problem, which somebody was talking about it. I think it was the Ethiopian who was talking about the low level of private sector lending. We are using the UDB to solve that. But where definitely the Mutebile helped us was area number one was controlling inflation. That one definitely they helped us, because when I would listen, when I would sit in these meetings, they would be having arguments with other economists. There was Dr. Nahemia. Nahemia was in the NRM Secretariat. There were people who were having different ideas. But when they would argue, I would sit there and listen. Like, for instance, the controlling inflation, I even remember my own old economics, that money is the store of value. One of the values of money is the store of value. Now, if you store value and it is losing value every time, every year, it is coming weaker, then how would that economy be attractive? So I got converted, and I really I went with them on that issue of the inflation. Then there was the issue of the exchange rate, allowing the exchange rate to find its own level. Oh, big battle. People arguing this, arguing that. But when I listened carefully, I thought the Mutebiles were correct, because why do you undersell the dollars? If the dollars are worth so much on the black market, then that is their value. So in other words, we transfer the black market from the black market to the banks and the forex bureaus, and it helped the economy. It brought discipline. Then Mutebile advised me on the issue of uniting the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning. You remember they used to be separate. There would be Minister of Planning, and some people were arguing that that was good, but Mutebile was able to show me that no, that's not good, because why do you plan when you don't know how much money you have? Why doesn't the one who is having money be the one to plan, because he knows how much money he has? So again, there are already civil wars in these offices. This one saying this, this one saying that. So I went with the Mutebile group there. Then resistance against economic cheap popularity. For instance, minimum wage. That issue of the minimum wage. The person who warned me against that minimum wage, which was being pushed by the labor unions, by the what, by this group, Mutebile was saying, look here, people don't have enough jobs. The few who have got jobs, you come and you tell the employers that they must pay so much. What if they can't afford? What will happen? Why don't you concentrate on creating more jobs first? And then the scarcity of jobs is the one which will raise the value of labor. So up to now, we have never agreed on the issue of the minimum wage. And this was a contribution by the Mutebile group. Then there was the issue of health insurance, the health insurance scheme. That one again was also being pushed by some groups. But then when we consulted, because the health insurance groups involves the employer contributing also. Does it not involve that? The employer must also contribute. Is that so or not so? The employer must contribute. So the employer is already contributing for NSSF. You remember this, the NSSF. The employer is still contributing for NSSF. Then you add these other costs. And then you have not dealt with the issue of the cost of transport. Because remember one of the people, I think it was our Ethiopian friend, who talked about Uganda being landlocked. Transport costs are still very high. Electricity costs are still high. Now you add also the cost of all these social programs, NSSF, insurance. How will the employers manage? So we said, okay, it's a good idea, but hold on. So definitely, the Mutebile group helped us with those tactics of implementing our long-term program. But where I need to caution you, the IMF group, is I pointed out to Mutebile, you are talking of the private sector-led growth. That if you maintain macroeconomic stability, then the private sector will be encouraged to invest, and you will get growth. Yes, some of the people in the towns may respond positively. But Mr. Kaguta, my father, is he part of the private sector? Because I told Mutebile, Mr. Kaguta is not part of the private sector. He's part of the traditional sector, the pre-money system of Africa. People who just grow food and eat it. The people who are talked about by Adam Smith in his book of 1776. Somebody who grows his own food, builds his own house. If you go to some parts of Uganda, you'll find people who are building their own houses. They don't hire people to build houses for them. They carry their own water from the well. They don't have to pay this group of NSF, what do you call it, national water. They look for their own firewood. They are self-sufficient at a pre-capitalist level. And we are telling you that these were 96% in 1969, and even as recently as 2013, they were still 68% of the population. So how do you get these people from the pre-money system to the system of money? I found the IMF group really deficient in that. So that's why we had now to use political mobilization. I don't know what you would call them in your language. Would you call them socio-economic reforms, where you go out deliberately to persuade these people to come in the money economy. That's why in 2013, having tried many things, I tried Minister of Agriculture, they didn't do anything. I tried, there was Ntandikwa, Minister of Finance, they didn't do anything. So 2013, I had to involve the UPDA, the army. We created a group called Operation Wealth Creation by the soldiers. And these are the people who went out under our command to persuade people to join the money economy. Take free seedlings of coffee, take free gifts of this, and you have seen what has happened. I hear now, because of that intervention of 2013, for the first time, the people in the money economy in Uganda are now 61%, while the people who are still in the non-money economy are 39%. They are still there, asleep, not bothered. We are struggling with them. Now we have started this PDM. parish development model, we shall see what will happen. So therefore, there, I found the IMF group really having some issue. Of course, Uganda is not typical. Some of the other countries had different experiences. They were, in the colonial times, there were mining and so on, mining economies, plantation economies. But a country like Uganda, maybe some of the other countries, you need to do more than using the macroeconomic tools to make people wake up and become part of the money economy. So therefore, Mr. Mutebile, and he had his group of Kasami, Mahakarizi. There are others, I think, who are still in the ministry. They definitely contributed to our plan. Because remember, from the very beginning, our 10 points program, point number 5 was building an economy that is independent, integrated, and self-sustaining. Now, people thought we were just talking a slogan. But you have seen how we have survived all these, like this crisis which came when people were saying, we are going to die. Why? Why are you going to die? Because there is war in Ukraine and Russia. And there will be no wheat. No wheat. Why don't you eat mogo? Why are you eating wheat? Oh. So now, you tell me who has died because of not eating wheat. I want you to show me one person. We built up a lot of capacity in terms of food, in terms of now, the commentators were right. There are definitely clear weaknesses. Number one is corruption. Corruption is not an economic issue, it is just corruption. What the speakers were talking about, the low tax GDP ratio of 13%, what 14%, is really due to the corruption in the Ministry of Finance and in the URA, although we have changed, but there is a problem there. I've told them many times, and I have quite enough evidence to show them that there is a lot of under-collection of tax. In the IMF person was correct. All these new buildings, which are real estate, there's a lot of under-collection of revenue. It is the corruption in the Ministry of Finance. And some of those people who were under Mutebile were not as clean as Mutebile was. They were there doing bad things. But we are struggling with them. There's a lot of under-collection in the telephone companies. They are under-declaring. They make many telephone calls, very few are declared. And there's a big war going on there, how to detect. Now, Dr. Kaberuka, but one of the reasons which did not come in your analysis, one of the reasons why there was deceleration in the growth of the economy of Uganda was, at one time we had shortage of electricity. From 2005, because democracy, parliament, wanted to build new dams. One of them was Ujagari. I negotiated with there was an American group which I had met with the Christian groups in USA called American Energy something. We agreed on how to build Bujagari. Then when it went to Parliament, it was stopped democratically, Parliament, democracy. So we lost time. And by the time by 2005, we started load shedding. That, you should assess how much that derailed us. Now we have caught up, we have got a bit more electricity now. New dams, Bujagari was eventually built, but more expensively. We have built these other new ones, Isimba, Karuma, the other smaller ones. But we lost time there. And I don't know how it impacted. They can check how it impacted the rate of growth. But it will pick up. It will pick up. Recently, we had this problem of corona. It will pick up. The real war now we are having is corruption. Corruption is the real war because they delay investors, they do this, they do that. Now, finally, the CFTA, which Dr. Kaberuka talked about, that's a real, I totally agree with Dr. Kaberuka. Stop looking at this sub-Saharan Africa because there's no logic in that. Because actually there is more complementarity between sub-Sahara and North Africa. Because North Africa needs what we have. We have what they don't have. We have crops, we have agricultural products, we have all sorts of things which they don't have. So there should be more complementarity. It should be planning for the whole of Africa and even the Middle East. We are relating very well now with the UAE. They come here, they find that they need a lot of things from here which they don't have. So I totally agree that the CFTA should be emphasized more. So, therefore, in conclusion, Mutebile was definitely very useful ally, a very useful member of the resistance movement, because he was part of the resistance movement. From the student days, he was with the Mbabazis together. They were the same group with the Rugundas. He was not so much involved in the political organization, but he was a friendly force on the side of the economy. Now, when we came, he definitely helped us on to summarize where he himself and his group, but led by him, where they helped us was number one, emphasis on the private sector. Because in many cases it worked well. This was a government hotel called Nile Hotel. Now it's a private hotel. And it's running well. And whatever problems it has are no longer government headaches. And when we liberalized the hotel sector, because there was a government company called Uganda Hotels, which had this hotel here, had what they call Sheraton, had others up country. It was like blocking people. These government hotels were like blocking people coming into the hotel sector. Now, when we walked out, we liberalized it. If you go up country, there are so many hotels now. You go to Gulu, there used to be only Gulu Inn, which was a government hotel, but here now there are so many hotels there in Gulu. You go to Mbale. Mbale, there was only, what was it called? Mbale what? Something. Now there are so many hotels there. The government ones is no longer even known. Soroti. this one here, this Ginger, Crested Crane. There are so many hotels there. Transport. Do you know that the government was also in transport? Buses. Government-owned buses. UTC and something they called people's buses. When we got out, there are so many buses that your head will go dizzy if you try to count them. Companies. Then you go to so many, by walking out of some of these areas, like the export of coffee. You know, the export of coffee was a monopoly of the government. We had something called Coffee Marketing Board. When we moved out, so many companies came in. We need to control them now that we want to add value to our coffee. They are they are part of the resistance. I told them that they are slave traders. Slave traders were also resisting the abolition of slavery. So we shall sort it out. But many people, many players came in the coffee and cotton, lint. So the liberalization in many cases brought efficiency. That was their we were not against, but their emphasis was useful, except in the case of the UCB. I think here we should have listened to Lenin, because Lenin said you can, they are what he called the commanding heights. The commanding heights of the economy could remain in government hands. Controlling inflation, definitely they helped us there for sure. Resistance against economic cheap popularity, minimum wage, subsidies, these subsidies which people are pushing, health insurance, cautious about it, uniting Minister of Finance and Planning, and especially allowing the Uganda shilling to float. That was definitely the contribution. Even myself, I was not thinking along those lines, but when they brought it up, I listened carefully, and I went with them against other people who were against it, who wanted us to continue monopolizing Forex being issued by the Bank of Uganda. So I salute the contribution of Tumusiime Mutebile. I thank his family for giving him to Uganda, and as a member of the NRM, I know that he was part of our student group from the very beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May I invite Board Director Judy Obitregama to pass a vote of thanks to His Excellency the President, our keynote speaker, and our discussant.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, I will stand on the protocol that was earlier set by Henry Rugamba, our Master of Ceremonies. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Over the past few hours, my knowledge of the contribution made by Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile to the practical application of economics has been enhanced through the presentations, discussions, and remarks that have been shared with us. I am certain that you have all listened attentively to the interesting and powerful discussions and enriched your minds. On behalf of Bank of Uganda, I would like to extend our gratitude to each and every one of you for joining us both physically and virtually for the Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile Memorial Lecture. We thank our chief guest, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the incisive remarks that gave us an even better appreciation of our departed governor. To the guest speaker and the discussants that had insightful knowledge about Professor Tumusiime Mutebile's work and personal life, we thank you for your valuable presentations and discussions. This memorial lecture has been, in my view, a success. Not only because we had distinguished delegates, nor because we had an engaging thematic sessions, but because we have been able to accentuate Professor Tumusiime Mutebile's illustrious public service career and celebrate his legacy. And so we thank you. While this memorial lecture is ending, Professor Mutebile's legacy will live on. To all of us who have had the opportunity to be part of this historic lecture on what would have been Professor Tumusiime Mutebile's 74th birthday, may we resolve to emulate his achievements and translate our efforts into policies, programs, and actions that will build our nations and strengthen the regional economic communities to deliver socio-economic transformation in our countries and the region. I would like to conclude my remarks with a famous quote from John F. Kennedy's inaugural address. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Tumusiime Mutebile did not ask what his country could do for him. He asked what he could do for his country, and as you have heard, he delivered. May his legacy speak to and inspire each one of us. I thank you, and I wish you a very pleasant evening.
Thank you very much, Director Judy Obitregama. In a few moments, we will have our closing anthems, but I just would like to say there will be some group photographs. His Excellency will be joined by our panelists, accompanied by the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Governor, Mrs. Mutebile, David Mutebile, and Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi for the first photograph. The second one, the family of Mr. Mutebile will join the panelists who will already be there. And the third photograph, would like to invite the Honorable Ministers and the board and the PS. So we shall have the group photographs, and then we shall have the closing anthems. This first photograph, as you can see, is His Excellency with our distinguished panel and Mrs. Mutebile, the Right Honorable. Okay. Can I ask the Mutebile family to make their way? You join this group standing at the back. So Mutebile family, you stand behind. This panel will stay seated right through all the photographs. So if you could make your way at the back. Your Excellency, you are now joined by the family of Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. Do you have a mask? Our last photograph, I'd like to invite the honorable ministers who are present here, the board members, the PS ST, the family, you can now come back to your seats. The bank Director of Communication and the chairperson, David, to join this photograph. We just have the Director of Communication and the chairperson of the organizing committee, who is also the head of internal audit at the bank, David Kaliango. Yeah. So sorry for that slight delay. Thank you very much. I'm going to request Your Excellency and the distinguished guests with you to be upstanding where you are for the national anthem. We begin with the anthem of the East African states and then the national anthem of Uganda. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the generosity of your time and your kind words in memory and in honor of Professor Emmanuel Tumusiime Mutebile. The last action for this afternoon is for the panelists who will have the press conference